Hello, people. How's everybody doing tonight? Seth the second here. Guys are having a wonderful Thursday. Sorry for starting this late. I didn't mean to start this late, but I made a mistake today. I thought, you know what? I've taken some time recently. I've cleaned up my closet. I don't think there's anything really in the closet the cats could get into that I wouldn't really want them into. I'm gonna open the closet door and just let them go in there, because normally I don't. Normally I keep the door to my closet closed so they can't get in. I should have expected this, but Stormy, the smaller cat, found a way to get like buried in the back of the closet behind some boxes, and that took some effort to get her ass out. So I had to get her out. Now, normally, if it's during the week, if it's any day but today, I would be fine leaving the door open, letting the cats come in and out as they please until a little bit later in the night. But on Thursday nights, my roommate goes to bed really early because he has to get up really early for a doctor's appointment on Friday morning. He goes for like a I actually know what he's going for, but he's got an appointment early Friday morning. So that's all I know. That's all I care to know, because it's none of my business. So right now my door is closed, and unfortunately, because I don't have the facilities in my room for the cats to take care of themselves, I don't want to leave them in my room if the door's closed. So there's that. You said you have a question about hunting horn. How serious of a question are we talking about hunting horn? Why is it when you clutch and smash the Titiaku head 17 times in a row for a friend on HR, it didn't break? My guess, just ever so slightly off, actually hitting him in the head. I have no idea. I don't understand the breakings. Don't do that. I don't know. Like, sometimes it feels like I break things really easily, and other times it feels like I could never have done enough damage to break it, or to break a spot on an animal. I don't know. It's very very weird. Oh, see, that's the thing that sucks. Like when you are looking for whatever specific item from a monster, and you don't get it, but one of the people in your party got it as a bonus reward. That's the worst. I understand this game would be nowhere near as hard if you could just trade mats with like friends, but like, you lose a lot of that grind. Like, that's like the thing that sucks. Okay. I spent more time on the ground than fighting. I don't know if there's like a focus bar where especially if you're in multiplayer, the bar, like if you're hitting the head and he's aiming for like the tail or something like that, like it doesn't stack up properly or something. I have no idea. No. I don't know about y'all, but today felt like it just dragged on. I had 3 meetings this morning, and then like after the and that part of the day felt like it was okay. It wasn't until after that meeting, after the meeting, my like 1 o'clock meeting, that it felt like the day just dragged on. I don't even know what happened. Just felt really long for some stupid reason. I don't know. The only thing I can guess is that maybe there's like you have to do certain amount of health in a phase to break it, and maybe like if it runs to a different area it resets. I don't know. I unfortunately don't know enough about the way that I don't know enough about the way that break stuff works. I imagine there's people out there that know, that have actually, you know, done way too much research into what's going on to be able to understand it, but nah, it's, but I mean, I just don't know. I just don't know. I don't have enough knowledge on exactly why in that situation it wouldn't break. Yeah. Oh. That's the other thing that happened. I did not feel like I ate a lot for dinner, but it's like once, like about 30 minutes after dinner, I stood up and I was like, oh fuck, I ate a lot. And the roommates and I are planning on ordering sushi tomorrow for dinner, so I need to just make sure that I am not eating a ton of food for lunch, and I sort of know what I'm gonna do. I also don't know if I'm going to order the thing I usually order whenever I go and get when we order from this sushi place. Because one of the things that we order from here, like I have my 3 rolls that I order. Because it's like if I'm ordering sushi and eating it, it's like my major meal of the day. I will eat a tiny lunch to be able to afford to have a big ass sushi dinner. But it's like I order my rolls, and then I also order unagi don because they offer that. All it is just sliced grilled eel on rice, and it's good, and it's usually 2 meals. So it's like I'm trying to decide if I want to order it or not, and that's the big question: is do I actually order this? And I'm kind of leaning towards no, just because I think I'm going to have a bunch of food to cook over the weekend, and I don't know if I'm going to have... Oh. Oh, God. That burp is bad. Holy shit. Ugh. But yeah, so... I'm thinking I'm not going to order it. Even though it's good. Might go for a bit of a break. Or I might order something else off that menu. You might have been. You might have been. It depends on exactly where you were hitting, I guess. But I would like, that feels like it's such a weird distinction to be like, okay, there's like a slight difference between hitting it in the head and hitting it in the antenna. Oh, maybe. Maybe. All right. I think it's enough time messing around. Let's jump over. So last time, a lot of shit happened. We are slowly but surely winning this. We are trying currently to prove that Kay didn't do this because the chairman of the prosecutorial investigation committee is basically trying to force the truth that Kay did it, and we think that he actually did the murder. That's kind of where I'm at right now. We got to a point where it was, if Kay herself will say that she didn't do it, even though she's already confessed. She was confessing she wasn't confessing because she thought she did it. If we can get her to say she didn't do it, then he'll keep going. But if she can't, then it was like end of the game. And we basically started proving a bunch of stuff. And the thing that we got to towards the end of the session was that Granny came back. Oh God, half of my fucking settings are all wrong. God damn it. All right, we gotta fix that. All right, well, that one's right. That one doesn't need to be there. That one needs to be up here. No. Maybe like right there? Yeah, I think so. I think I've got everything configured, right? And I have the all important button. Splish. So, the biggest thing that we were about to show, that we were about to start getting into, is that we think the autopsy report was faked. Or maybe not faked, but that the lady that was the coroner lady, the old grandma that was doing the investigation of the body, might have lied about something on the investigation. And we're going to see if we think what that could be now. Firstly, Dr. Young, I'd like to hear your testimony. Why do you want to hear her testimony? It'd be pointless. I'll be the one to decide whether or not it's pointless, not you. There are patients waiting for us. But Granny, ow. We don't have time for this. Is there any way I could convince you? This is of the utmost importance. Mr. Miles Edgeworth, Granny says she'll testify. So please try to finish this quickly. If we don't return soon, there will be people in terrible suffering. And yet, you were lollygagging about on the viewing platform earlier. I promise you, this won't take long. Only that she tells me the truth, of course. There's no mistakes in Granny's autopsy reports. I've been working with corpses longer than you've been alive. There's no way I'd make a mistake in writing the autopsy report. Ow. I got nothing to gain from falsifying the autopsy report. It's what she says. See, there's nothing strange at all.
Yes. That's right. There's no way she'd falsify, you see.
Under the name of the goddess of law, do you swear that this testimony is truth?
Of course! Granny would never tell a lie. We were asking Dr. Young. We don't need to hear it from a third party. I am not a third party. I'm on Granny's side. If you raise an objection to my testimony, you best prepare yourself, you ex-prosecutor. Oh, I will definitely expose the contradiction in that autopsy report. All right, so let me think about this real quick. So the contradiction that we're saying in the autopsy, I'm not exactly sure what the contradiction is supposed to be. But we'll just go with it and see what happens. No. Hit buttons more times. So you're saying there's no way Dr. Young could have made a mistake? Of course, doctors can't afford to make mistakes. This is a world where just one misdiagnosis can end a long career. I know that my granny, at least, would never... The raincoat had to have been worn when there was a head wound, but no stab wound. Yeah, so there's something weird about the head wound. You think I did something like that? You'd think they'd still let me run a hospital? So in your long career, you've never once made a mistake? A doctor's only as good as the length of their track record. We were just talking about a lengthy track record. That former chief prosecutor has one too. And yet his actual alibi abilities don't seem to measure up. Hope you're not the same as well.
Ouch, that's kind of a low blow, you know. But you know, Andrew, I don't make mistakes either, you see. Because, you see, before I can make mistakes, those around me will have already made it instead. You see, I don't have time for mistakes. It's quite amazing, you know. Must be karma.
You can't compare a chief prosecutor with a doctor. You really can't. Bonk. The victim wore this raincoat after suffering the blow to the head, and yet there was not a single drop of blood on the front of the raincoat. Or it's impossible for the head wound to have been post-mortem. Yeah, well, that's... Ow! I don't need you to tell me that. That's what I wrote down from the very beginning. The autopsy report says the head wound was post-mortem. That's completely different. Yeah. I relayed to Karen what I put down in the autopsy report. After that, there was none of that. It was none of my beeswax. Relayed to Karen. Please elaborate on that. Huh. I would like to verify once again what you saw when you examined the body. Like we said, ow. Oh, well, about that. She was done in by a thump to her noggin.
Dr. Young, do you know when that happened?
Before she died, of course. The wounds on her chest were post-mortem. Oh. That's big. That's what I relayed to Karen, so that's what she should have been written in the report. That's what you relayed to her, I'm finally beginning to see the truth. There's nothing to gain, but how about your granddaughter? Me? There's anything I could gain. Karen had something to gain. That girl of yours might have something too. How dare you accuse my little girl, who's never done harm to anybody? Yeah, aren't you ashamed of yourself? You should address those words to Blaze instead of me. I swear that the autopsy report wasn't falsified. Did you notice anything strange when you were performing the autopsy report? I wonder, huh? What is it, Granny? A strange man came by. Who are you calling strange? He wore some really strange clothes. He even had a frilly thing around his neck. Even though he was about to get canned, he still tried to run amok during my autopsy. Talking about you, you frilly red brute. Oh, I see. So Mr. Edgeworth is some strange frilly red brute? Hey, please don't only remember the odd things about me. Doesn't look like Granny's lying. Miss Jensen is the one who's relaying Dr. Young's words. I'll have to confirm whether or not Miss Jensen is telling the truth. Is it here? Because she said specifically. I think this is just present the autopsy report here. How is it not? Oh, it is. Thank God. They took a while to do that. Dr. Young, please confirm what this autopsy report says with your own eyes. I'll read it out for you. Ow. You get bonked again. This autopsy report wasn't written by me. What? What do you mean? I don't know. But Granny, I can't say that.
Miss Jensen, if you were trying to keep the truth in the dark, then... in place of the goddess of law, I shall hear your confession.
Judge Courtney's talking with Dr. Young in private.
What? Is that true? Understood. I shall convey your words to everyone else, Dr. Young. I probably relayed the autopsy report orally to that child. It seems my granddaughter must have mucked it up when she was writing it down.
Wow! She mimicked your voice perfectly. That's kind of creepy. There's no need for her to go that far, though. In other words, the contents of the autopsy report had been falsified. By your hand, Miss Jensen. Oh,
With that, we've proven that the wound on her head came first, followed by her chest wound. Miss Jensen, why did you falsify the autopsy report?
Hold on a sec. She never said she falsified it, you know? My hand actually hit the pause button, which paused the emulator. She made a teeny tiny mistake when she wrote it down. Post-mortem and ante-mortem sound kind of similar, you know?
No, they don't. They're the complete opposites. That's the very definition of falsification. Miss Jensen, why would you lie? Okay, ow. I want you to tell me too. Why would you do something like that? Granny, but Because you falsified the autopsy report, Kay fell under suspicion. Tell me why you did it. I can't say. I just can't say it. Not I don't want to say it, but I can't say it?
Y'all a bunch of bullies, you know? Ganging up on this poor girl when she loves her grandmother's soul. She's totally unrelated to this. I think we can forgive her for one tiny mistake.
How about no? That won't do. Aren't you the one with the most to lose if she testifies?
What are you saying? You see, as a former prosecutor, you have to speak a little more clearly, you know.
Very well, as you wish. I shall answer clearly. Miss Jensen played an essential role in this case. Miss Jensen falsified the autopsy report in order to assist the true culprit. Ah! Ow, ow, ow! God, she's getting really accurate with those.
This girl's an accomplice? What's your basis for that claim?
It's impossible for a single person to commit this crime in the first place. This crime cannot be committed without at least two people, namely because the number of people wouldn't have been made the same. If the conductor was the culprit and one of the auction guests was the victim, it would contradict the witness's testimony that there were 11 people after the incident. What now? Y'all got a problem with my testimony again? I thought I told you. Actually, not this time. Not at all. Rather, it's because I believe your testimony. That's why an accomplice must exist.
So, you still won't admit that your reasoning was wrong?
Up until now, we'd not even considered the possibility of an accomplice. However, if there had been an accomplice, it changes the entire story completely. If the accomplice took the murdered auction guest's place, the number of people remains 11.
Ooh, well, I see now. So that's what you're thinking. But you know, wouldn't that have been discovered quickly?
Miss Jensen and the victim have similar physiques. If she wore the victim's mask, she could have easily taken her place. Miss Jensen, did you switch places with the victim? I wouldn't. Who was the conductor? In other words, tell me who the true culprit was. I can't. I mean, that would also cause trouble for Granny. Ow, God. But Granny, I'll accept whatever wrongs you may have done. Just tell me everything. Wow. All right. That is not the breakdown reaction I thought we were going to get out of this, but all right. As I thought, it appears you really were the accomplice. Miss Jensen, why?
Miss Jensen, would you please tell us?
Yes. It's okay, Granny. I'm fine now. Fix your hair back up. I switched places with the victim, Miss Crane. So you admit to being the conductor's accomplice? Yes, I helped out the conductor. I don't really know why, but for some reason, the conductor was expecting to be attacked by Miss Crane. The conductor was expected to attack? Was it expected an attack from the victim? They were so sure it was going to happen that they came up with a plan to counter it. But we had to beat her at her own game. That's when I was called in. I was told to wait in the storeroom before the auction began. Whoa there, you ain't fooling my eyes. If you were waiting in the storeroom, I reckon I would have bumped into you. After all, I've been up in that storeroom the entire auction. I'm telling the truth.
I wonder about that, you know. Can we really believe a girl who would falsify a report?
Should have been many places to hide in that storeroom.
Then by all means tell me, where'd our little nurse hide?
Take that! Costume trunk. She hid inside the costume trunk.
Costume trunk, eh?
Now that you mention it, that box was already there before I snuck in. I figured I'd hide there myself, but it was wrapped up nice and tight with a chain. It was locked too. That's why I had to give it up. I suspect when you were sneaked into that room, Miss Jensen was already inside that trunk. Yes, it would have been bad if one of our guests from the auction had opened the lid. After instructing me to hide inside, the conductor wrapped a chain around the costume trunk. And then they went downstairs using the lift shortly thereafter. Right before the auction. So then, when the auction began, only you and Miss Hart were in the storage room. Yes, that should be right. The auction had been going on as usual, but when a certain participant made the winning bid, the conductor committed the crime. Miss Hart must have heard the altercation that occurred then. You betcha. I was trembling behind that there statue the whole time. Following the altercation, Jill Crane was murdered. After killing Jill Crane, the conductor carried her body to the costume trunk. And Miss Jensen, who had been hiding in the trunk, was made to take Miss Crane's place. The victim's body was placed inside the costume trunk. The conductor then took Miss Jensen, who had been made to look like Jill Crane, and returned to the auction hall as if nothing had happened. Was this roughly what happened in the storeroom during the incident? Yes, that's right. Only I'll switcheroo with one of the auction gas? Oh, ain't that impossible? That gal and the murder victim are two completely different people, you know? Don't you reckon one of those other participants would have noticed and caused a ruckus? Oh, no, not at all. The reason they didn't notice the switch was because... From what I can tell, Miss Jensen and the victim appear to have a similar physique. Furthermore, there was a rule requiring a mask to be worn during the auction. If their clothes were the same, I doubt anyone would have noticed she was a different person. Yes, I blended right in. I borrowed Miss Crane's clothes and... Ow! You mustn't embarrass the dead like that. I know. I also thought it was pretty heartless to leave her exposed like that. So when the conductor wasn't looking, I covered her up in the raincoat that was up for auction. Oh. So she was the one who put the red raincoat on the victim. Then the auction resumed as if nothing had happened. I reckon I took a picture of her in that red raincoat after that. That make a lot of the facts line up. Like the blood on the hand and the blood on the railing. After I took the photo, I went over to the lift to sneak a peek down below. I witnessed the 11 participants and then I hightailed it back behind the statue. Don't tell me. You were hiding there the entire time until we found you? Nah, that's... How should I put it? What is it? Did something happen? I mean, I didn't mention it before, but I might have dozed off a little. To be more precise, I fainted? Something like that. So something did happen. I mean, ain't no big deal. Kind of embarrassing to say though. There was this huge thump sound all of a sudden, and I was a little surprised by that. It was right after that I just witnessed the murder, so I was shaking in my boots. My heart sort of tightened up, and I was off the La La Land. When I woke up, it was already the next day, around the time y'all came by the storeroom. Oh, I see. So there was a large sound. Miss Hart, I take it you do not know what transpired in the storeroom beyond this point? I guess, but after the auction, all the masks were promptly returned. So I reckon the participants had exited through the storeroom. Hey, oi! Motor. Thank you for the host. How you doing? Just like I done said. Miss Jensen, what were your actions after the auction resumed? I took the victim's place and participated in the auction. The conductor instructed me to win the bid for the costume trunk. Because the body was inside it. It would have been bad if another auction guest won the bid for it. You didn't realize the box was empty? No, we only found out when I came to the storeroom to pay the bill. The conductor was with me and told me to go search for her immediately. And then I found another girl collapsed in front of the ladder. Okay. Yes, she probably fell down from the roof and lost consciousness. Maybe the victim left the hatch open when she went up to the rooftop. I understand now. Kay was surprised at seeing the victim collapse and did not notice the open hatch. She must have missed her footing and fell down into the storeroom. Ooh. 10-foot fall. Not a fun fall. what? It's like, is it 1d6 or 1d8 of damage for every 10 feet you fall unintentionally? Well, it's good to see that you're doing good. That's what we like to hear. And now my brain's not going to let me do this. What is the falling damage? 1d6 points of damage per 10 feet fallen, up to a maximum of 20d6. Sounds about right. So 1d6 damage, not bad. Could always be enough to knock you on your ass, especially if you fall on your head and bonk out. Miss Hart, I've determined the sound that made you faint. It was likely the sound of Kay falling onto the storeroom floor.
Well, that might have been it, although I reckon it'd be kind of pathetic to faint over something like that.
Miss Jensen found Kay unconscious. Miss Hart was also unconscious behind the statue. The situation is becoming clearer to me. Miss Jensen, please continue your story. She was flat-footed? Yeah. And if it was raining on the top of the building at the time, then it's like, that's also difficult terrain. So she failed the acrobatics check, fell down the hole, took 1d6, and just the stars aligned for her to get knocked out.
After I found Kay and the victim, I put them both in the trunk. If the customers at the auction found out, there'd have been a huge commotion.
Was this an order from the conductor as well?
Yes, it was. But since I secretly decided to put the raincoat on Miss Crane, I had to dispose of the raincoat without the conductor noticing.
So the conductor didn't anticipate the raincoat becoming another piece of evidence.
And finally, we dressed Miss Crane in the spare conductor's outfit.
I see. In doing so, you made the victim appear as she was the conductor.
In the end, the auction ended without anyone noticing anything.
Miss Jensen, your crimes have become clear. If you know anything else, please hold nothing back.
I want to help you more, but that's all I know. If I had to say, there's just one thing that bothers me. When I took Miss Crane's place, I borrowed her clothes, but there was no way for me to borrow her hair. Ow! What kind of coroner assistant goes around stealing a corpse's hair?
I think that robbing the deceased of their clothes would be questionable enough.
Both the color and the length of our hair are different, so I was worried about how to disguise it. However, the conductor even had a wig prepared for me. In fact, he had two of them. Inside the costume trunk, there was both a straight wig and a wavy wig.
Two wigs? Why were there two wigs?
Who knows? Maybe it was a precaution in case the victim had changed her hairstyle. In the end, I ended up using the straight wig to match Miss Crane's hair.
That means the wavy wig was left unused. Where's the wavy wig? Is that a thing? Is that really all you know?
Yep. Yes, that's all I really know.
So that means you don't know who the conductor is. Oh, well, you don't know who the conductor is, do you?
I'm sorry, I only knew the person as the auction conductor. I never saw the person without a mask on. The conductor seemed to be on guard towards everybody.
Who in the PIC has wavy hair? Like, Judge Courtney doesn't have wavy hair. Nobody else really has wavy hair. Like, it's a little wavy in the front. Like, you've got that little, like, lightning bolt thing. But that It seems like most of the rest of her hair is like tied up in like this braid that she's got like sort of folded over the top of itself. I don't know. It's very strange. At this rate.
Edgeworth, is that all you've got? Smash! Even as that little nurse is an accomplice, it changes absolutely nothing, you know? In the end, the true culprit is still Kay Faraday. All you did was add another criminal, you know? The rule of law cannot be overturned. It's not for your sake.
Is that as far as I go? Am I unable to save Kay? Oh,
Hi, Francesca.
Francesca, what are you doing here?
Didn't I tell you, Miles Edgeworth? Wherever there lies a case, I will follow.
Prosecutor Von Karma, your hard work is most appreciated.
However, don't get the wrong idea. I only came here to find out the truth behind what happened to Kay Faraday. I don't plan on forgiving you for abandoning the prosecutor's path.
I understand.
You should thank your former subordinate. He gave me some valuable information which may save Kay Faraday.
Gumshoe did that?
Listen well, Miles Edgeworth. This will be the final piece of evidence. Jill Crane suffered the wound on her head first. Gumshoe?
Yeah. You're like a half second too late.
Yes. Everybody stay silent and just kind of stare at her and be like, we already know that, duh. Like, really?
Will somebody say something?
I hate to say this, but we already proved that.
Already proved?
Yes, well, just a few minutes ago.
You should have told me sooner.
You're the one who barged in here and started talking.
Well then, does that mean you found out what the murder weapon was already? Is it the doll? Is it the doll? Is that the reason the one horn's missing? It was the doll?
No, not yet.
Is that so? In that case, listen well. The victim was struck on the head with a blunt cylindrical object. The wound on her chest was suffered post-mortem.
Cylindrical. Wow, I couldn't say the word cylindrical. My brain just literally refused to have that word come out of my mouth correctly. Damn, I'm like fucking gassy tonight. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Alright, Smokes McGee. You know, this report of yours, I trust it's accurate, of course?
These were indeed the result of two independent autopsies carried out by two respected doctors.
Well, that's reassuring, but it's too bad. You have no right to investigate again.
Interpol is after the black market auctions, and I am the prosecutor in charge of the investigation. The victim participated in the auction. Therefore, it is only natural for me to investigate. Especially now that she has been murdered.
I see. Clever girl, little Von Karma.
It has been settled then. The victim died from a blunt force trauma to the head.
God, I really wanted the wild theory we came up with last night to be the right answer, where it's like, oh no, the fact that she was she died from a stab wound, but it didn't kill her immediately because her heart didn't get stabbed because her heart was on the wrong side of her body. I wanted that to be the answer so badly. That would have been so cool, but I'm still okay with this answer. Would you like very hard to see a PNG from the first case? Maybe. Yeah. Sure, why not? Link that shit. That matches what I remember seeing. I had the same resolution too.
Unfortunately, the murder weapon has yet to be found.
Oh. Well, just knowing the shape of the murder weapon gives me an idea as to what it might be. Hey, in my investigation, we didn't find any other murder weapons, you know. It never had 2 horns, which is interesting. If you consider the conductor's possessions and the crime scene, the answer should be clear. Oh, of course. Because he didn't use the gavel in the second half. It was something the conductor had in their hand during the auction. Namely, an auction gavel. An auction gavel? We didn't find anything like that.
If the culprit is the conductor, it's possible that the gavel may be the murder weapon. However, that alone is not reason enough. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, of course. I have proof to back it up. I have proof to back it up, you say? I'm in low enough health that I'm just fucking saving. I don't want to have to redo all this shit. I am at low enough health where it is not. There's no way it's Judge Courtney's gavel. But if it is, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. I have proof to back it up. This piece of evidence proves that the murder weapon is the auction gavel. All right, where was the... Was that in Lotta's testimony? The sound of the gavel was not heard in the second half.
Take that.
I'm not blaming her, but I bet he used it. Ooh, I don't know. I guess it depends on if she stores her gavel somewhere in the PIC. I'm not saying that she doesn't. It's just that would be kind of a weird bit of lore, a little bit of like a weird ass bit of lore. Oh God! Because if it is stored there, he would have reason to have her suspected. Because it would be a scapegoat, and he would be the kind of person that would intentionally do something like that to make a scapegoat. I like where your head's at. According to Miss Hart's testimony, after the victim had been murdered, it seems she suddenly stopped hearing the sound of the gavel during the auction. However, she'd been able to hear it up until then. Well, why would that be, you ask? It's because it had been used as the murder weapon and was covered in the victim's blood. It became necessary to dispose of it. Isn't that right? Blaise Dabaste.
I'll have a search for the murder weapon performed immediately.
Good luck with that, you know. You gotta work as hard as you can while you're young, you see.
He's completely confident that we won't find it.
Well then, while we search for the murder weapon, I hereby call for a brief recess. Use that to prove that... Yeah, exactly.
And it is absolutely this guy seems like he would do it. He has like layers upon layers upon layers of like protection against himself to make it to where it's like, ah, well, you found this thing, but that doesn't necessarily prove it was me. In like multiple times we get hit with this. April 6th, 9:18 a.m. Grand Tower PIC meeting room.
Oh, she's speaking first. Order in the court. Prosecutor Von Karma, your report, please.
I have bad news. We searched every inch of the Grand Tower, but the auction gavel was nowhere to be found.
That is most unfortunate. It seems I am left with no choice but to pronounce a verdict.
Hey, look at that. You proved 99.9%.
percent of the case, but that doesn't mean that 1% is all that matters for them to be guilty. Doesn't matter if the other 99% says they couldn't have done it. It's that 1% that says they do.
Well, sure seems that way, you know. Normally, you wouldn't commit a blunder like leaving behind the murder weapon, you know. Best criminal would never do something like that, you see.
I don't have enough information. Is this as far as I can go?
Yes, it's a shame, you know, but it can't be helped, you see. This takes me back, you know. All those defendants who came to me asking for a plea bargain. They trusted me, you know. Told me every one of their dirty little secrets, you see. And when it came time for the trial, I'd get them sentenced to life in prison. Hey, we're all completely dumbstruck, you know. Each and every one of them. Oh, I wish y'all could have seen it. It's so beautiful. The stupid look on their faces. I don't know.
I don't know why, but we have been liberally using
Splish.
that button like a lot.
I shall hereby pronounce my verdict. Please humbly accept the words of the law.
There's nothing I can do. With this, both Kay and I are.
If only we had some evidence.
Never thought I'd be passing judgment on you like this.
Is this the end?
Whoa, wait a minute, what? Hang on. The defendant, Blaise Devastae, I hereby indict you.
Wait, what?
Oh? What's getting into you all of a sudden?
And she's on this side of the screen now. That's it, that's different. I have here documents regarding a certain case. The IS-7 incident. A case that happened 18 years ago.
Documents, you say? Why would you suddenly... Wait. You don't mean... On the day of the crime, you used your keycard because the record of your keycard being used was because...
I came to this room to fetch these documents, of course. Although, when I entered the meeting room, it seemed it was before the black market auction had begun. At first I told you that I came documents to gather... At first I told you that I came to gather documents about you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. At the time, I simply could not tell you the truth. What in the fuck is happening?
What are you doing, Justine? Why are you indicting Pops? Without any basis, this is slander.
It was a wonderful remark, Sebastian.
Wait, really?
Of course there's a basis. During the case 18 years ago, Prosecutor Manfred von Karma fabricated information regarding the body.
That was because of the body of the sculptor Isaac Dover had been stolen.
Papa fabricated evidence about the body. What do you mean?
Detective Lacer, who handled the initial investigation, reported the body had gone missing. However, in order to deceive Prosecutor von Karma, there's a person who purposefully did not report to him that the body had disappeared.
What?
What did you say?
The person would not forgive those who defied him, nor would he allow others to hold power. He would use any means necessary in order to bend others to his will. And then, also 18 years ago, Director Young was ordered by a certain individual to write a fake autopsy report.
Dr. Young was the one who wrote the autopsy report for the IS-7 incident?
Please wait. Granny didn't do anything wrong. She was ordered by that person. She had no choice but to obey.
That person?
That person was chief prosecutor at the time.
The chief prosecutor 18 years ago? You don't mean...
The chief prosecutor who gave Papa his first penalty.
It's not even you, Blaise Devastae.
What? What are you saying? Pops would never do something like that.
Sebastian, I do not need your opinion right now. Please, Devastae, do you have a rebuttal?
Fabricating stuff about the body. Von Karma did it all on his own, you know. Falsifying the autopsy report. Young, you would actually do something like that? Man, you really did some terrible things behind my back, you know.
Hold it!
Seeing as how all the parties concerned here are here today, you should ask them directly.
Please wait. Granny is. Ow, God. How do you keep hitting the same spot every time? Ow, ow, ow. Granny, I'm sorry. I knew that's why I... Yep. Because if I didn't, he said he would expose you. If I didn't assist in the crime, Granny would be prosecuted. That's what that man, the conductor, told me.
So Miss Jensen was also being threatened. Was the conductor... Oh, God. Who threatened you, Blaise Devastae?
That I don't know. The person who threatened me was the auction conductor. They do have a similar physique, but I never saw that person's face.
Any trivial thing is fine. Give us a characteristic that could be a clue. Did it sound like they smoked 18 packs of cigarettes a day?
That's right. They might have. The conductor's mask exposed a tiny part of his face. There was a tattoo there. I'm sure of it.
A tattoo, you say?
I really have no idea what you're talking about. As you can see, there's clearly no tattoos on my face. I've got this magnificent beard. What is wrong with you? So that person doesn't match me after all, you know. The person who threatened her, this so-called conductor. I wonder who it is, you know.
You have incurred the wrath of the goddess of law. I suggest you watch what you say.
Hasn't he incurred your own wrath rather than the wrath of the goddess?
Joe Crane had been pursuing you just as I have. They will not leave her death be in vain. Wait. It was the other ladder. It was the other one.
Crane was, you know, you say she was pursuing me? I didn't really know her that well, you know. You know, 9 girls chasing after me, you know, but I don't recall her ever falling for me, you see.
You didn't know the victim well. Not the testimony we haven't heard up until now. Before the eyes of the goddess of law, you shall give us an official testimony.
I see. Everybody's bullying me. You're gonna go that far. Swish. That's fine, you see. I just have to make you disappear. Every last one of you.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, I should cooperate with you as well. The fuck is wrong with you, lady? If we let this opportunity slip by, I doubt we will ever get him to stand in court again. Please, do not let this chance go to waste.
Yes. As weird as this feels, I promise I will live up to your expectations.
Now then, please, Devastae, you shall testify regarding the victim. Again,
This motherfucker's got Nagito eyes. I don't know. You don't notice it until you get to any sort of testimony with him, but my God.
The victim, Jill Crane, was a member of the prosecutorial investigation committee, see? Personally, I didn't really know her that well, you know. Either way, it's not like I had a motive to murder her, you know. have no idea why she was pursuing me, you see.
You intend to deny your guilt to the bitter end, don't you? Of course he does. There's no way Pops could be the criminal. I mean, he's my Pops, you know. He's the very best. You know, like no one ever was.
Yes, Sebastian. If you're gonna stick up for me, be sure to have a clear basis, you know?
All right. I got it. I'll clear up these false accusations, Pops. I believe in you, Pops. I won't let you lose to someone like Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, you really are pure, you know. You can just go Pokemon. And we're gonna beat his ass, because this is a Digimon town.
That person, he really loves his father, doesn't he?
However, one must be able to accept the mistakes of their father, no matter how much they may look up to him.
Each person must atone for their crimes, no matter who they are.
This is gonna be hard for Sebastian, but I simply cannot overlook his father's crimes.
Hold it!
If she's a member of the PIC, then you should have been at least familiar with her. Well, I mean...
And I knew her face, but that's about it, you know? It's not like we met each other on a regular basis, you see?
Hold it!
So, you're saying you weren't very familiar with the victim?
That's right. I didn't even know about the burn mark on Crane's hand, you see?
You didn't know about the burn mark?
Well, you see, even if I had gotten close to her, she would have had disappeared soon. It's a pain to remember someone, you know, when they're just gonna disappear, you see? Smash!
In other words, anyone who defies him disappears. I would like you to add your statement about the victim's burn to your testimony.
I only just learned about the burn mark she had on her hand, you see? Oh, go back.
Hold it!
So you're saying you didn't know about the victim's burn? Is really the truth?
You really are persistent, you know? Do you really think I'd pay attention to every little wound on a woman's hand?
I would think a burn mark on the victim's hand would be hard to miss.
Now that you mention it, Joe Crane would regularly wear gloves. I too did not know about the burn until the incident occurred.
You regularly wore gloves?
I thought so. She was probably trying to hide the burn mark, you see? I understand how sensitive a woman can be about these things, you know.
I'd like you to add that to your test. I would like you to add your so-called sensitivity understanding of a woman to your testimony. The fuck?
Maybe she was wearing those gloves in order to hide the burn marks, you know?
Hold it!
Where we going here?
So you were aware that she always wore gloves?
Well aware. Those gloves were practically her trademark, you see? I guess they weren't just a fashion statement. She wanted to hide her burn marks, you know? I wonder if that girl over there is also hiding something under her bandages.
Huh? I'm not hiding anything.
I think you are. And you're hiding the face of a criminal.
Those words should be directed at someone like you. Should expose here and now the face of the true criminal.
How amusing. Go ahead and try if you think you can.
So Joe Crane regularly wore gloves? That's interesting. I should look over the evidence one more time. She regularly wore gloves. Well, she did have gloves in the conductor's outfit. Yeah. Why is this here? Let's press while we think about this. I gotta think here. Was there ever any trouble between you two over work?
Unlikely, you know. Kind of important. You see, I've got a report saying that she was exceedingly capable. Swish! But you know, our social status was completely different, you see. So we didn't talk much, you know.
That may be true, but it doesn't prove that you didn't kill her.
Well, that's rather prejudiced, you know. I mean, look at you. You're taking the side of a criminal.
It seems Miss Crane was the one who had an interest in you, Mr. Chairman. And she wasn't wearing her gloves that night, which is how whoever knew her recognized her by the burn on her hand. Think?
You know, there really is a mystery having the faintest idea, you see? That's that. I had no motive. Your reasoning doesn't hold.
Hold it!
So you have no clue why the victim had been pursuing you?
Nope. Nada. Zilch. Not the slightest idea, you know?
It's because Pop's such a handsome man.
It's true, you know, women appear before me and then disappear. Disappear and then reappear.
You guys could never reach my Pop's level of awesomeness. It's like he's a magician.
It's certainly impossible for a normal person. Even people appear and then physically disappear on a daily basis.
Well then, maybe Courtney's gonna disappear too.
Before that happens, I'd like to see. I'll see it to it that your way of life disappears today.
Oh, I see. Then I should finish it before the day's over.
Organize my information about the victim.
If there's anything you don't understand, you should look over the evidence again. Perhaps you'll find a new fact this time around. Francesca.
You really need to help me? That's odd.
I told you, I'm doing this for Kay Faraday, not you.
Jessica seems to be worrying about Kay in her own way. Oh, damn. Ugh. Okay. Also, you know what? Hang on. What? We're gonna save because we've had a lot of shit happen. How are we doing? We're doing good. We're still doing plenty good on time. Okay, so let's think about this. She was always wearing gloves to hide in order to hide the burn mark. 11 people attended them. Everyone was wearing a mask. Okay, so it's not that. Hey, Daedalus, how you doing? It's going good. Things have gotten very wild very fast, and we're currently trying to stop Mr. 12 packs of cigarettes a day from doing stuff. Wait, if she was always wearing gloves to hide the burn mark on her hand, why the fuck did she have fingerprints here? Oh, okay, well, actually, we know that she was swapped into the costume of the conductor at this point. It shows that she didn't wear gloves to the auction. I don't know if we do or not. I mean, this shows that she wasn't. Maybe it's this? Because, like, in this, we hear the person going, "Ah, I recognize the burn mark on your hand," which would show that she's not wearing the gloves right now. There we go. Like, there's got to be a way to show that she's not wearing the gloves. And I like, there was like 3 different things that it could have been. Joe Crane regularly wore gloves. If that's true, then it creates a huge contradiction.
Oh? Huge contradiction, you say?
I would like you to listen to the voices recorded on this stuffed animal one more time.
I know who you were right away. You can't hide that burn mark from me. Silence, huh? I've been waiting for my chance to get revenge all this time.
We were under the impression that this was the moment when the victim was murdered. I knew who you were right away. You can't hide that burn mark from me. We thought that this statement was said by the culprit.
Oh. Oh, fuck. It's kind of fucking close. It's kind of close. A little lighter than her hair color. It wasn't her burn mark that got recognized. It was his.
There's a huge problem with that. If the victim had been wearing gloves from the start, it would have been impossible to see the burn on her hand.
Gloves come off very easily, you know. She could have taken them off during the auction.
That's not true. Miss Crane had been wearing her gloves when I took her place. She must have been wearing them before she was murdered.
You see, don't you understand the position you're in?
I'm not scared anymore. I've got Granny here with me. Granny and her shillelagh. Please, your day of reckoning has finally come.
Now it seems like you always want to disappear. Oh, you all want to disappear. Smash! Permanently.
The only one who will be disappearing here is you, Blaze Devaste. Hey, how dare you say that to Pops? Does it really matter if the burn mark was visible or not? Oh, it certainly does matter. If the burn mark was visible, we'd have a complete turnabout of the situation. What are you saying? What? Excuse me? When did my health refill? When did my health refill? I don't remember my health refilling. When did my health refill? Yeah, clearly. I just want to know what period was I not looking at my health when it refilled? Like, I didn't even hear the noise. I didn't even hear the brrr noise of the refill. He just was something like, "Blip," and it's done. Because I had 2 health left, and now I have all 10. Or 12 or whatever, or 15, or it's like 10 or 12-ish. The fuck? All right. Sebastian, turn your way of thinking around. If the victim was wearing gloves, then her burn mark could not have been seen. In that case, whose burn mark was seen? Someone else's burn mark? Precisely. The culprit must have had a burn mark as well. In other words, I knew who you were right away. You can't hide that burn mark from me. The person who said this was not the culprit, but the victim. Oh, what?
Objection.
Sebastian, could you please step aside? Edgeworth, all your reasoning up until now is just a figment of your imagination, you know. The culprit had a burn mark. Where was it, you know? If you can't answer that, your logic doesn't hold up, you know.
Where's the culprit's burn mark? I wonder where the burn mark could have been. During the auction, wasn't everyone wearing disguises? Indeed. During the auction, everyone should have been dressed in a particular way. If the burn mark was still visible under those conditions, then...
Now, why don't you show us? Where was the culprit's burn mark? You have to show me the proof. He's wearing a fake beard.
Oh yeah, no, that's the whole point. That's where the other wig went. How do we prove... We don't have the one wig, do we? Is it just straight to the testimony? Because I think this is the only thing that shows it, right? Okay, because there's nothing on there about the burn mark. That just shows that there's a bunch of different auctions that were provided. Because there was a wavy wig, but if the costume trunk that was hidden in here, we would have found it if it was here, but it wasn't here. So I'm pretty sure he's using a fake beard, but I don't know what we can use to prove that. The only thing I can think of is Karen's testimony. I've noticed that depending on where she's standing, her bandages kind of flip around. So again, this is the only thing that I think has anything about the culprit's burn. This doesn't have anything on it. The red raincoat doesn't have anything on it. Like these aren't gonna have anything. We don't see anything in Lotta's photo because this is not the culprit. That's the victim walking away. There's no burn mark there. I've got to try this first because I think this is where where we're going here. It's they're basically flipping the sprite depending on where she needs to be facing.
Take that!
That's not it. That's not it at all. Where was the culprit's burn mark? You'll have to show me. What can we use to show the culprit's burn mark? I don't think so. I don't think that would do it. My first thought was maybe the mask. Yeah, it's only her memories. That's like the memories thing. But they're using her face to represent that. It's not that. Wait, is it just this?
Take that!
There it is. Of course. It was what the conductor was wearing during the auction. The facial tattoo, yeah. In other words, the outfit you were wearing at the time.
What can you figure out from clothes alone?
The conductor had been wearing a white suit, white gloves, and a mask. His attire had covered up most of his skin. However, according to Miss Jensen's testimony, the conductor's mask exposed a small part of his face. In addition, while she thought there had been a tattoo there, it's possible that she simply mistook the burn mark for a tattoo. A burn mark on his face?
Objection.
That's all very scintillating. How do you say that word?
Is that how you say that word, scintillating? Scintillating? The fuck? Okay, I'm gonna... My brain is adding letters... Scintillating?
Scintillating.
Scintillating. Wow. Would not have guessed for even a second that the C was silent. I believed you. I just wanted to hear someone say it properly so I knew what it sounded like in my own brain. Scintillating. If Google mutes my VOD, I will be very surprised. Not saying it won't happen, but I'm just saying if Google mutes my VOD, I'm going to be very surprised.
That's all very scintillating, but I'm afraid you're getting excited over nothing, you know? None of the PIC members have any marks on burn marks on their faces, you see? Naturally, that includes me as well, you know?
Huh? Pops, but...
Sebastian, could you please be quiet? You're an idiot, then act like one, you know?
Normally, Sebastian's a nuisance to everyone around him. But this time, I owe him my gratitude. Reaction from Blaze's own son reveals the truth more than anything else clearly anything else. Thanks to him, I'm now confident that my reasoning is correct. I know that that unidentified piece of evidence belongs to. I wonder what's wrong with that prosecutor. Usually, Sebastian is slower to arrive at the truth than anyone else. However, this time, he's probably figured it out. His own father is a criminal. Well, since he knows the truth, he's in pain, isn't he? If he didn't know the truth, he could have remained blissful in his ignorance. Okay, you're here in order to pursue the truth. It doesn't matter what path my reasoning takes. The important thing is to arrive at the truth. Once before, when I lost faith in my reasoning, you said that to me and showed me the way. This time I shall show you the truth. You are innocent. I also want to know the truth. Mr. Edgeworth, please tell me. Yes, that's the spirit.
That's impossible, you know, for all of you. I mean, just where could I possibly have a burn mark? It's nowhere to be found, you see. There's no evidence to prove that I'm the culprit, you know.
That's right. There's no contradiction at all. There's no way there could be a contradiction, not for my pops. Sebastian, I understand why you don't want to admit it. However, if you avert your eyes from the truth, you will regret it forever. But Pops, what should I do?
I really wonder why you're such an idiot, you know? Sebastian, if you really want to save me, you'll have to try a little bit harder, you see? Gotta use your head, you know? Honestly, you really are a useless idiot.
No way! But I tried really hard. I tried my best, Pops. I went to the school you told me to, reached the top of my class just like you told me to. Just look at this jacket. Only someone who graduated at the top of his class gets to wear it. I did everything you told me to. That's how I got to be the best at the academy. Oh. I even won all those awards just so I could be like you, Pops.
He faked that shit. You really are such an idiot, you know? You know those gold stars you got on your test? Made the teachers give them to you? Every speech, every debate contest, all of the judges were my friends. No, Sebastian. If you weren't even able to notice something like that, you're really not worthy of being called my son, don't you think?
Existential crisis mode!
Oh, even my son has disappeared. Oh my, it's enough to make me cry, you know. He was trying his best for me, and yet he was totally useless, you know.
You are truly a despicable person. As the chairman of the PAC and as a father.
Even I feel sorry for that foolish prosecutor.
Poor Mr. Prosecutor.
Blaze Devaste, just what do you think of your own son?
He's a useless pawn, you see. Oh, now, maybe you should look in the mirror before you criticize me, you know. I mean, even you also used Sebastian to get close to me, didn't you?
Cannot deny that, however, he is not a mere pawn. He always tries to do his very best, even if the results aren't up to par. You see just how hard he tries, and yet you refuse to even acknowledge it.
That kid is he's just no good. No matter what he does or is told to do.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, I shall leave this offering to the goddess of law to you. You're the one with the hammer, lady!
You're the cleric over here. You have the ranged advantage on me. I'm just a prosecutor. I have no weapons on me. You took them from me.
Deliver divine judgment to Blaze Devastain.
Yes, that was my intention from the beginning. If there was a burn mark on the conductor's face, then Blaze Devastain must be hiding it. What was he wearing during the auction? That is the key to revealing the truth.
Well then, allow me to hear your answer. Please show the piece of evidence that proves the culprit had a burn mark on his face.
Okay. Also, Chthonic 1, I can't unsee that either. So, he has a facial tattoo. Is it just the same thing? No, there's no way it's the same thing again. Do we have anything else that talks about a burn mark? He has a facial tattoo. Lotta's testimony doesn't mention anything about not being able to see it. There's nothing in the IS-7 case. I think it's that. Is it just this?
Take that!
No. That is proof of the burn mark. Oh God. This one's actually going to be hard because I don't think it's the same thing. I love the fact that when she's not on our side, she's on the other side of the screen. There's one clear difference between the conductor and Blaze. Should be hiding the burn mark there. Oh, is it really the same thing again? Is it really the same thing again?
Take that!
It's not the same thing again. Okay. If we get to half, we'll drop a hot save. What shows the difference between the conductor and Blaze? Is it?
Take that!
It was this. We're getting it there. The other wig. Yeah, the one that we were like, oh, fuck. There's a reason there were two wigs. If you recall Miss Jensen's testimony earlier, there's still one point that remains unexplained. The two types of wigs There are two types of wigs have been prepared, one of which was left unused.
You mean the wavy wig?
What are you talking about?
It was something that Miss Jensen found when she switched places with the victim.
What does something like that have to do with the burn?
Inside the costume trunk, Miss Jensen witnessed two wigs. One of them had been used by Miss Jensen to make her look like the victim. Now then, just what was the other wig used for?
Doesn't seem like it was a spare wig.
There's no need to overthink it. Just compare the attire of the true culprit, the conductor, with that of Blaise Devaste.
Don't stare at me like that.
Don't you think there's one spot where there's just a huge contradiction? Specifically, around his face?
So that's...
Not a wig at all! Indeed, it was no wig. Blaise Devaste was your fake beard.
Swish. This is a real beard, you know. Can't you see me tugging on it? Don't tease me like that, Edgeworth. I worked for years to get this thing to this length.
Your son must have realized the truth before anyone else. That's why he was trying so desperately to protect you. You were also worried that he would tell the truth. Isn't that why you drove your son away from here? Because he knew his father was hiding a burn mark under his fake beard. Blaise Devaste. How about you remove that fake beard of yours?
It burns!
Ah! A burn mark!
Prosecutor Edgeworth, justice has been served before the goddess of law. For that, to give you my thanks. That's definitely one way to remove it. I kind of thought...
Okay. Way back when we saw the first time we ever saw him light his beard on fire, I was like, that's going to be part of his breakdown. I didn't think it would be we're revealing evidence by doing that, but I definitely thought that was coming. I should be the one thanking you.
Blaise Devaste, I hereby announce my verdict. You shall be taken into custody for the murder of Joe Crane.
He's probably burned it all off at this point. April 6, 9:44 a.m., Grand Tower, PIC meeting room. Mr. Edgeworth, thank you very much. I'm so happy that you believed in me to the very end. Well, there's no need to thank me. As a as a former prosecutor. No, as a friend. Simply wanted to save you.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, bring good tidings. It seems that the former chairman, Devaste, has been safely detained in the detention center. However, the search for the murder weapon, the auction gavel, continues. Blaise Devaste is a shrewd man. There's a good chance he's already disposed of it. There is also one piece of testimony that concerns me. Blaise Devaste mentioned that the only thing he did not fake were the letters.
Wait, what do you mean?
First, he found this letter in Joe Crane's clothes. Then he also found this letter on Kay, who was unconscious in the storeroom. The contents of the letter seemed to suggest that the two had been corresponding with each other. Which is why Blaise Devaste assumed that the two were working together.
Ridiculous, that can't be right.
After reading the two letters, he decided to pin the crime on Kay Faraday. In order to cast suspicion on her, he planted one of the letters in a noticeable spot. The deceased Joe Crane's left breast pocket.
Isn't that just an excuse?
Yes, that's what I thought it was. It may have simply been a last-ditch effort to save himself. However, before the stern eyes of the goddess of law, these are all trivial matters. His crime shall certainly not go unpunished. With this, I have finally fulfilled one of my long-standing missions.
Judge Courtney, what the fuck? Can you tell me what the fuck is going on? Why did Blaze murder Joe Crane? What lies hidden behind this case?
Yes, I don't mind. You have the right to know everything at this point. Long ago, Joe Crane was in love with a cameraman. That man was pursuing the black market auction house as a journalist. And then, before he could reach the truth, he was erased. The feelings and the items Miss Crane inherited from her beloved brought her to the auction. She had come to exact revenge on the conductor, Blaze. Although in the end, she was the one who was murdered instead.
I see. That's what happened.
The goddess of law cannot condone her actions. She has succeeded in her goal of bringing Blaze Devastate's crimes to light.
So Judge Courtney's goal was to expose Blaze Devastate and reveal the dark secrets of the PIC. By the way, what happens to the young prosecutor?
We have been unable to contact him for some time now.
Do you have any idea where he might be?
I had not truly been working for him, so...
I see. I feel very sorry for him.
What do you mean? Should you be sorry for? It's the fact that he was kept in the dark until now. No matter how cruel reality is, he will have to accept it. If he cannot, he won't be able to walk his own path in life. Ever.
Father's influence is not something that is easily erased. However, I'm sure he'll be able to change from here on out. Yes, that's right. Surely, you've got to be right. Will I too be able to walk my own path in life? Kay, is your body all right? Yes, thanks to you. I'm so sorry, even though you're my patient. You ended up getting suspected because of me. Ow, God. I thought she forgot about it for a second, but it's the same fucking spot every time. You can't just take care of the patient's body. You've got to take care of the heart, too. That's my granny. Okay, how are your memories? I feel like I'm on the verge of remembering something.
Well then, I shall take my leave here. I will be presiding over Patricia Rowland's trial.
Who? Oh, sorry. It has been a while since we've interacted with Patricia. I forgot. I forgot what her first name was. Yeah, no, it took me a second. I'm like, wait, who the fuck is... Oh. Yeah. The fur coat made of actual animals. Like, that were alive. And hiding... well, the rest of her body. Yeah, I literally forgot what her name was. I was like, what the fuck? Who the fuck is Patricia Oh, and it just, like, took a second.
Of course, Edgeworth was about to cover my ass if I had not paused to remember. That would be the trial for the murder of Horace Knightley. Who's in charge of the defense?
Miss Crane was supposed to be her defense attorney. Now that she's passed away, we're currently arranging for a replacement defense attorney.
I happen to know of a defense attorney who probably could be there. You might want to talk to him first. Joe Crane had been in charge of Patricia Rowland's defense?
We'll also have to get in contact with Sebastian quickly since he's the prosecutor in charge. Well then.
Wait, please wait. What about Mr. Edgeworth's prosecutor's badge? What's going to happen to his prosecutor's badge?
With the chairman's arrest, the PIC is no longer functional. So I cannot answer that question easily. Perhaps one could say only the goddess of law knows.
But wait, that's... You don't need to worry about me. This is the path that I have chosen.
It seems you have no plans to change it either.
Of course. I chose this path to seek the truth.
With the departure of Blaze Devastated, the law has once again returned to our hands. If you truly desire to continue the prosecutor's path, I'm willing to assist you in reclaiming your badge.
I appreciate the sentiment, but I must decline. I did not relinquish my badge with half-hearted feelings.
I see. Seems that our path of law will continue to run counter to each other.
Until our paths cross once again, I shall have you hold on to that badge.
That was my intention from the start. I thought Francesca was going to say something there. However, on occasion, the goddess of law is quite generous. Please return this notebook to its proper owner.
Kay's promise notebook?
It seems that this was scheduled to be put up for bidding at the black market auction. The name Kay is written on the notebook. It seemed Blaise Debussy quickly realized this belonged to the girl, since the letter he found also contained the same name.
You speak as if he really did not know about the letters. Are you saying that Blaise really did not prepare the letters himself?
Yes, the man said so himself. Kay Faraday's goal was to steal back the notebook. Joe Crane's goal was to get revenge. In order to achieve their goals, the two teamed up to infiltrate the auction. Or so he says.
Unfortunately, this was all Blaise's misunderstanding. It was purely a coincidence. If the attorney from the PIC and Kay were really acquaintances, it would be strange that she never mentioned it to me, considering her personality.
You really do trust her, don't you? In the end, the notebook was used as another red herring, but something that is very important to that girl, isn't it? I'll make a special exception and return it. I'm sure that's what the goddess of law desires.
That's, I kind of didn't expect this, but I appreciate it.
I shall pray that she recovers her lost memories. Fucking clerics.
Is something wrong? Okay, I'm returning something to you, very important to you. Whoa, okay. We're giving us the full photo image. This is always greet people with a smile, even people you don't know. Never cry in front of strangers. Oh, I need a slightly higher pitched voice for her. Maybe we can use this.
Look, Danny, I wrote them all down. Yep, I'll be sure to follow all of our promises to become a hero just like you, Daddy.
That's right. There was one more. I forgot to write down the most important promise. Oh, actually, we're still talking here.
Promise number 5. Always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. I'll be sure to remember it. I'll never ever forget them.
Always try your hardest to learn the things you don't understand. And persona. I am the great thief who steals the truth, Kay Faraday. I'm the second guy to Garasu, Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. Okay, you remembered. It's kind of embarrassing, though. Thank you so much. So thanks to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Even when I lost my memories, you were still trying to save me, right? Seems you're back to normal. I should give you this thing back. Wow, you've gotten better. Your health comes first, and then you can relax. Just make sure you don't run off and lose your memories again. Miss Jensen, Dr. Young, thank you for worrying about me. Hey, if you're feeling better, how about changing back into your own clothes? Normally we would lend you those clothes for like a day, and then we'd just give you your own clothes and be off with you, but no. I washed your clothes for you, okay, so they're nice and clean. These clothes, wasn't Detective Gumshoe holding onto them? He said forensics was done with them, so he gave them back to me. Have they revealed the results of the analysis yet? To be honest, I didn't think to ask about that. Now, more importantly, let's hurry back and get you changed, Kay. Still, isn't it better if we don't remove her bandages?
She should be fine now. Kay just bumped her head. She didn't really have any other major injuries. Why were you covering one of her eyes then? What the fuck?
Why was she so heavily bandaged?
Better safe than sorry. A pound of prevention is worth an ounce of cure. That's my motto.
Troublesome motto.
Come on, Kay. Let's get you dressed up over there.
I am impressed with how fast she got her hair done. Because that does not look like that is an easy thing to do.
Now, this is what a great thief should look like. A smile certainly suits you best. In the past, and now as well.
Miss Von Karma, thank you for coming too.
I only came because Scruffy asked me to. That's Scruffy. He also wanted to see your energetic self again.
Gummy? What happened to Gummy?
Who knows? Maybe he was disgusted with the man who willingly threw away his prosecutor's badge.
Detective Gumshoe.
I must be going. I'll be taking these ladies in for questioning.
What's gonna happen to the two of them?
One aided in the murder of an attorney, other forged an autopsy report 18 years ago. Those crimes definitely won't disappear. Of course, I will mention it in court that they were being blackmailed by Blaze.
We'll be just fine. As long as I have Granny by my side, we're invincible.
Well then, take care.
Now then, Kay. Sorry to ask you so soon right after you regained your memories, but I have some questions. Sure, ask anything you want. What were you doing on the day you lost your memories? On that day, I was asked to come to Gourd Lake. I don't know who called me there, though. As I was watching the moon at Gourd Lake. Oh, that makes everything make more sense now. The memory of the person coming at her before she got attacked and lost her memory was from here. It wasn't from on top of the building. It was from here. A person in a red raincoat approached me. She wasn't attacked by the person in the red raincoat. Well, maybe. I don't know. All of a sudden, he used some kind of drug to knock me out. What is she saying? The place where Kay saw the moon was at Gourd Lake? When I woke up, it seems like I somehow ended up on the roof of the Grand Tower. My mind was still kind of in a daze, so I stumbled around for a bit. That's when I found the person in the red raincoat collapsed. I was startled, and when I stepped back in panic, bloop, I fell from a high place and got knocked out cold again. And when I woke up, all my memories were gone. The person in the red raincoat, who exactly was that person? Oh yeah, I was certain that I saw them walking in midair. Some of this is all starting to make my head hurt again. Please calm down. Just a little confused because you've only recently gotten your memories back. Most likely, this is the main cause of your confused memories. This is probably the main cause of your confused memories. You saw the moon at both Gourd Lake Park and the Grand Tower rooftop, which led you to confuse the two places. Huh? But aren't they totally different places? Even if I was in a daze, do you really think I'd get them confused? Yeah. Is it... Is it the stand? They both had a tree and they both had a stand. It could be either one, and I don't like this.
Take that!
Retire rooftops and Gourd Lake have 2 points in common. They both have a cherry tree and a food stall. Okay, so you could literally point to both. Okay. Don't do that to me, game. Ah! Now that you mention it. Your memories were confused because you've been in 2 similar locations. The person that you first saw could not have been walking in midair. They were simply walking on the ground at Gourd Lake Park. You must have gotten that scene confused with the Grand Tower rooftop. So that's what happened? How dare they steal the memories of a great thief? They'll pay for this. Nevertheless, I wonder who that person who assaulted Kay was. Were they wearing a mask? Was the stuff they knocked out and used to knock her out white smoke? Has she been on a boat in the past 9 hours? Person in the red raincoat who appeared at Gourd Lake. The fuck? What's that noise? It sounds like it's coming from the storeroom. Mr. Edgeworth, let's go check it out. What's this? My shutterbug senses is tingling. I smell another scoop. You're still here? You didn't leave? Nobody made you leave? April 6th, 9:35 a.m. or 9:53 a.m. Excuse me. Grand Tower, 51st floor, storeroom. Mr. Edgeworth, this walkie-talkie thing is here is what's beeping. This transceiver. Why do I feel like I've seen it somewhere before? It's still beeping, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm not particularly familiar with this sort of device. Come on, we have to answer it. Here goes. That's not the way you answer that. Hello, Edgeworth speaking. I just spit all over myself. God damn it. Okay, please don't just answer it on your own.
Am I speaking with Mr. Miles Edgeworth? I am speaking with Mr. Miles Edgeworth, I presume.
This voice is...
Oh, it's Shelly the Killer. Hi.
Shelly the Killer.
I congratulate you on resolving the case. However, can you truly say in good conscience that it has been solved? Are you aware of the mastermind who is pulling the strings behind this incident?
You. Why do you know about this incident?
That's not important right now, wouldn't you agree? Right now, we're discussing the mastermind behind this case.
I had an inkling that such a person existed even before you said anything. After all, there was evidence to suggest that someone had used Kay to disrupt the investigation. Wait, huh? There was? Wait, so who's the mastermind?
I would like to hear your thoughts on the matter. Would you kindly show me evidence that indicates the existence of a mastermind? It's the letter from Kay, right? Wait, maybe? Oh no. Can you show him evidence? I think we can. There's no way it's the IS-7 documents. Is it? I was originally going to say the letter from Kay, but that apparently is accurate.
Take that!
Can't say I really understand. Oh, I'm on the wrong thing. I'm very sorry, but I also do not understand.
Okay, so was there anything that was left unexplained among the evidence? Is it the letter? Kay's memories? You think? Well, I'm glad that we can just fucking brute force this shit.
Take that!
A ticket?
Take that!
Thank you, game, for letting me just continue to fuck up and not care.
Take that! Take that! Take that!
Oh. I thought we got this answered, sort of. It was the letter that Kay allegedly sent to the victim. Come to think of it, I don't remember writing that letter at all.
Who could have prepared this letter? I too am quite curious to know.
So wait. You're not the one who wrote the letter?
What could I possibly gain from doing such an act? Is it not necessary for you to stand in court in order to make the truth clear? What can you possibly do now that your badge has been taken from you? I look forward to finding out from the shadows.
This man. How does he know that?
Do we have an understanding? Please ensure that you do not betray my trust. Now then, if you'll excuse me.
He said the case wasn't solved yet. What does he mean by that? And just why would Mr. DeKiller even bother to even telling us that? Nothing makes sense anymore. This case has not reached its true conclusion yet. However, although I've lost my prosecutor's badge, who I am still has not changed. While I don't know where this may lead me, I shall reveal the truth. I swear it. Thank you. Not only was that was 2 generous points. I'm not going to click save just yet. Because what is maybe I don't want it to go straight into the next thing, even though I know it's going to. Oh, good, it's not. All right, cool. I need to stand up and take a break. It's been 2 hours since I started the stream. I have not moved from this chair. I probably need to. I have no idea where this is going to go, but we're going to start the next case tonight. And we've got like 2 hours before we have to do it, so we can get in there. It's always who's been the most important person in the case. Last time it was Kay. I don't like that. I don't like that fact. I don't like the fact that we see that fact. So, I'm gonna stand up, use the bathroom. I don't need water, so hopefully it won't take too long. I not only filled this thing up, but I also filled this thing up, and it's been sitting icing up, so. We'll see how that goes. But that'll be after I get back from break. So stick around, enjoy the music, and we'll come back and we'll start the grand turnabout. Case 5 right after this. Stick around. Hello, people. I'm back. Thank you for sticking with me through that break. A little bit longer because right as I sat back down, I had to ban someone from the chat because some dumb motherfucker decided he wanted to come and spam links in my chat. It's a bot account, so he's never going to see anything. But like, it happens every once in a while. He's already, the account's already been reported, and it's, if anything's gonna get, it'll probably follow the same formula as normal. Twitch will email me and be like, hey, we actioned on your report. We can't tell you what we did, but we actioned on your report. So, bleh. Either way, let's get back into it and see late final. Oh, wait. Y'all are coming in at just the right time. Hey, Cat. Thank y'all for the raid. I'm about to follow your advice. Hang on. Still have the bag. How y'all doing? Come on in. What were you playing? I hope your stream went well, Kit Kat. Isn't that nice of it? It already came pre-broken. This is strawberry cheesecake. Not my favorite flavor. I'd actually probably prefer regular strawberry to this, but it's still good. You're just in time. You're gonna get it on the ground floor. Here you go, dude. Hey, ye. You mad lad. Thank you for gifting a sub to MZ 1003 1003. I still got most of the bag. But y'all are just in time. We're about to start the final case. Case 5 of Ace Attorney Investigations 2. The Grand Turnabout. I have no idea what's about to happen. But it's going to be big. All right, let's jump in. What in the hell is going to happen on this case? Huh? The hell was that? What the hell is happening?
Here you go, dude.
Yee, really? Thank you for gifting a sub to Mace 88K. What the fuck? What is happening? I'm very confused. So I think this is literally like 10 minutes after the end of the previous case. Like, I think we literally just were up in the top floor and we came down. And we're now continuing. I've got no clue what's going on. Well, maybe like a case or two ago, they were filming something in this building, like some kind of movie. I don't know what it is though. All right, let's see what's going on. So what are y'all gonna do now? I reckon you're through being a prosecutor, right? Yes, that's true, I suppose. I'm no longer a prosecutor. Oh, by the way, a lot of shit happened in the last case. Edgeworth turned his prosecutor badge in. However, well, you can't stop thinking about what Mr. DeKiller said, right? Indeed.
I congratulate you on resolving the case. However, can you truly say in good conscience that it has been solved?
This case isn't over yet. The person in the red hood who kidnapped Kay at Gourd Lake. And this letter from an unknown sender. Someone's schemes are at work behind this case.
Must have been tough having a case you just solved still nagging to the back of your mind. Well, I got some investigating of my own to be doing, so I'll be off.
Well, that's amazing. You've already decided on your next scoop?
What are you saying there, Missy? Don't you be underestimating the likes of a lot of heart. I covered a lot of scoops, you know. I always have an extra scoop or two up my sleeves.
Apt for what happened? Yes. A lot of shit just happened. Somebody help! Yikes! What was that? Is it? Oh! Fuck, what was her name? We've seen her before. Oh, God. What's her name? Penny? Penny? Is that her name? Penny Scholes or something like that? Or she's from like the very first Ace Attorney game. She was like she was involved in one of the cases. She's in the movie set case. Okay, so we're just gonna use this for her voice.
Someone please help.
This woman is... What happened?
Somebody's dead. A monster.
A monster?
It's Scoop. Oh, Scoop's calling me. Please follow me. It's this way. What is that run? Lotta, why? She is in like full motion sprint. Oh no! You know what? It's the end of
It's it's the last case of Ace Attorney Investigations 2. You've got to involve Old Bag in here somewhere. I know she's in here somewhere, and I'm scared for everything. I am scared for everything. If you don't know who that is, you'll know soon enough when we meet her. Has something else happened again? We just got out of the other case. I just got my memories back. I don't know. Anyway, we should follow her for now. April 6th, 10:05 a.m. Outside Grand Tower, temporary film lot.
These are genuine hoof prints.
Hoof prints? Impossible. No animal could be this large. Mr. Edgeworth, look! Oh, hey, I gotta prep his voice. Hang on. We'll put him on 6. Yeah, he should be like right about there. Agent Lang, what is he doing here? Ah, someone's on the ground! It can't be. That's the fucking president. Oh no, what in the world? The president of Zhang Fa, Dijun Huang, I have no indication I'll be able to even pronounce that right unless I hear it first, but we're gonna go with that. Agent Lang.
Mr. Prosecutor, didn't take you long to get here.
Wait, what happened?
What happened? I'd like to know.
He's in a considerable amount of shock over the president's death. However, what exactly are these giant footprints? And what could have happened here to the president? Lady, you don't want to be taking those photos near him.
It's a monster.
A monster?
Yes, sirree. Look here. Ain't no doubt about it. These are clearly the footprints of a monster. On this day, mankind received a grim reminder. We live in fear of the mighty Moozilla.
What? The mighty... Mozilla? I would take that purple overcoat. I'd do it. It's coming back. I was gonna laugh if it was already in my inventory because we just hadn't let it go yet. Possible. It could have been there. This here's a scoop. I got myself a scoop. Man trampled to death by monster. I reckon it'll be the top story in tomorrow's paper. What a nonsense. There's no such thing as monsters. Wait. Can't be. I don't remember what the fuck I did for his voice. Behold the wizard. Because I did something different for his voice, and I don't remember what I did. I think we just had him at the deepest register.
I am Di Jung Hong. I have heard of your deeds. You saved my country from a great crisis.
Real assassin was you all along. That is correct. I received a request from a key individual to take the president's life. That man, could he have...
Hey, you! Were you the first to discover the body?
Yes, well...
Agent Lang?
Thing she says, oh, he has his own things for he doesn't have his assistant pull him out anymore. You remember to bring him. Cool. First come, first suspected. You, did you really just discover the body?
Of course.
Please calm down, you're scaring her. He does seem to have lost his composure.
Calm down? How am I supposed to calm down? Do you know who's been murdered? Di Jung Hong, the president of Shangfa.
Agent Lang, this isn't like you. When we first met, you had an army of subordinates under your command, and you boasted of having the highest arrest rate in Interpol. And what now? Did you forget the fundamentals of investigation along with all of your men?
What did you just say?
Instead of questioning people at random, you should investigate the crime scene first. Am I wrong? It may not be. We're going to find out here in a minute.
I don't need you to tell me that. I'll do a thorough investigation.
Well, at least he seems to have calmed down a bit for now. Mr. Edgeworth, let's investigate too! Yes, let us investigate. Right now, I don't have any investigation rights. But until the police arrive, ain't nobody stopping me. Is that Wolverine or Sabretooth? Both? Either? Pick your preference. He is a police officer from the Republic of Shangfa who joined Interpol as one of their lead prosecutors, investigator peoples. So if that is the actual president of Shangfa somehow, and then we aren't being lied to, he's probably gonna be there. You know what? Yeah, he's more of a wolf. Yeah, we can just, probably go with that. He also reads a lot of proverbs. What are y'all saying? Ain't it obvious who done it? The man behind it all is the mighty Mozilla. I guess it ain't a man behind it. It's more like a monster behind it, you know? Good grief. Could you please try not to interfere with the investigation? Shut your trap. You're the one who's better not be sticking your nose in my business. I ain't forgiving you if you mess up my scoop.
Excuse me?
It's the woman who first discovered the body. I think I've seen her somewhere before.
You're Mr. Edgeworth, right? Do you remember me?
Yes. That case. From before. In the mountains.
Huh? Wait, do you know her?
Yes, I do. At least I think I do. My name is Kay Faraday. I'm Mr. Edgeworth's assistant.
My, you have such a cute assistant. I'm Penny Nichols. That's what it was. I was like, what the hell was her last name? It was some pun. I knew it was some pun. It's always a pun in Ace Attorney, but I just couldn't remember what her actual last name was. I'm an assistant at Global Studios. I'm in charge of the props and the sets. It's nice to meet you.
Yes, that was it. I once handled a case that occurred during the filming of The Steel Samurai. This woman was a member of the show's staff, and she was involved in the incident. You want to become the second Yatagarasu with me? Kay would. She'd be thinking about it. Must have met her on numerous occasions over the course of the case. To be honest, I've completely forgotten about her. It's nice to see you again. Edgeworth having tact? What is this? This is not the normal Edgeworth. Losing his prosecutor's badge has somehow given him compassion? This feels different. This feels slightly off. The fact that you're here must mean that this place is...
Yes, it's sort of an outdoor film lot for Global Studios. They're shooting a movie right here, right now. I was the first to arrive today, so I set everything up for filming. But everything seems strange. Those giant footprints. And that... with the dead body.
I see. We'll take a look at the dead body. At any rate, could you please contact the police?
Yes, right away.
I'll have to take the time to listen to her story later. First, let's examine the scene. There's many things besides the body that concern me. God. I've been having these burps all night. I don't know what it was I ate that my body's just like, oh yeah, every once in a while, just a little bit. It's not even ever that bad. It's just there. I need to examine every nook and cranny of this place. All right. We can just kind of leave Lotta to her own devices over there. Okay. Miss Nichols, where does this entrance lead to?
It's connected to the Grand Tower lot.
Does this case also have something to do with that building? The building with the secret 51st floor where the black market auctions were being held? Because yes, that was what the last case was about. It wouldn't be strange if it were still hiding a few more secrets. Banana. It's lock and chain. Ah! Someone cut through the chain!
What? I'm sure it was locked up properly yesterday, though.
It's possible the culprit forced his way in here. Okay.
Ah!
What is it?
It's completely dented in. How did this happen?
Oh.
That is a thing.
There's a huge dent in the fence over there. Something rather heavy must have struck it in order to make a dent like that.
It wasn't like that yet at all yesterday.
Really? It wasn't? This dent was made last night. Okay. Let's see what we can do here. I mean, we're going to eventually need to go to the body, yes, but we're going to look around at everything else first. See what we can find. There's a thing here? This seems to be the lighting equipment they're using for the film. Ah, that's right. There's something I wanted to ask you, Mr. Edgeworth. When I'm stealing something, can you use this to make me look cool in the spotlight? You want someone to shine a light on you when you're in the middle of stealing something? Well, duh. If the Yatagarasu's handiwork can't be seen because it's too dark, wouldn't you feel bad for the people watching? You're planning to steal things with an audience looking on. Like a proper phantom thief. There's a monster costume in front of this building. Mr. Edgeworth, is that really a costume? Maybe it's actually the monster who made all these footprints and it just shrunk itself down and it's hiding from us and it's waiting to attack us right now. I'll say this one more time, so listen carefully. There is a monster costume in front of the building. It's just a costume. Is this the same thing? Okay, I wasn't sure. It's really down here. Ah, it's one of those sheets you lay on the floor when you're having a picnic. It's definitely a vinyl sheet, however. I don't think it's for picnics.
Mr. Edgeworth, if I may? It's actually a waterproof sheet. It's used with the camera crane over there. We'll cover up the camera crane when it's raining.
Wait, then this sheet, it must be pretty big.
Yes, it would be pointless if we didn't cover up the entire crane. The weather was overcast yesterday, so we've been using it quite a bit.
Okay, well, we didn't get anything off of that. Hey, Chthonic one. I want you to look really closely right next to Edgeworth when I change back. Because I saw something. Does that look familiar? Does that look familiar? Like right there? Does that look like it might have been part of something else? Just maybe? Just possibly? Because kind of does to me. It's gonna come back! That piece of evidence is coming back! Wow, it really is the president! Yes. I think we only saw him. We saw him alive just a few days ago. Wow, okay. Okay. Now that perspective has changed and we have a better look at it, it's not the same thing. Look at the size of this lad sitting up here. It does not fit on a tiny little stuffed doll. No. No. No, 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 no. It's not. If it is, that thing absorbed a lot of water and expanded, which is really impressive for something like that. That would make this a presidential assassination, right? This is a bit flashy for an assassination. Bam, 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 bam. What is this thing? What's this white thing? Wait, is that a bone? Oh, listen, we got a new case on our hands. It looks less like a bone and more like some kind of horn. Bam, 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 bam. Oh, it is in kind of an odd location. Well, that's unfortunate. That's not a thing. What is this? There are broken pieces of concrete scattered all around the president. Yes, they were probably scattered about when the ground got damaged. That must have been when the monster foot went thud. If the culprit was actually a monster, then maybe. It looks kind of like a hoof. The way it splits in two like that? Yep, it definitely looks like a monster's footprint to me. And there's even 3 of them, Mr. Edgeworth. Logic points. There's no such thing as monsters. Do you honestly believe they exist? I mean, not really. Wouldn't it be cool if they did? We're searching for the truth, Kay. That was cool. Is there anything else before we examine his body directly? Like, I want to look at like the gunk on his chest. There's no visible external wounds, but it's clear that he's already passed away. Well, so then he really did get stepped on by a monster? That's impossible. Huh? Didn't the president's clothes look a bit dirty to you? Indeed. It appears to be some sort of yellow stain. I bet it's monster drool. Okay, please be more serious. We'll need to have forensics take a closer look at the stain. So this was the state of the body, huh? I should make note of it. Okay. Is there anything else? I don't think so. I think that's everything. Let's verify. Still tell us if it's everything. It is not we did not find everything. There's something else odd? Okay. What else is odd? What else is odd here? Is it a logic thing? We don't. I don't know if we have enough to do this. I mean, I guess we can connect it, but usually that's not. It isn't. That isn't a thing. Well, that isn't a thing, at least. Usually when it's complaining or when it's like there's still things to investigate, it's usually just if there's nothing else. I don't know what else I need to look at here. I was originally gonna say the face, but I don't see anything else. Maybe we come back to this in a second. What do you want? I'm a busy gal, but y'all best not get in my way. Why are you so obsessed with that monster? This thing couldn't possibly exist. What'd you say? I ain't letting that pass. Moozilla lives, I'm sure of it. It's the mightiest monster on this side of the Pacific Rim. Suppose you have some sort of basis for that? I saw it with my own two eyes. Wait, what? You saw it? No way! Yes way, the mighty Moozilla was really here. Last night when I was on the 51st floor of the Grand Tower. You mean when you were snooping around the black market auction? Well, that's right. It was right around there when I took this here photo. That's the photo of the person in the red hood, right? This is Joe Crane. You see those blinds next to the red hood? Well, the mighty Moozilla was on the other side. But there's nothing in this photo. It's mighty hard to capture something like that from such a distance, but I seen it plain as day. The Moozilla's giant eye was peering in through them blinds. The monster was peering in? Look at here. Now ain't the time for this. I gotta gather my materials. Y'all are in my way. Now go on, shoo. How absurd. Mr. Edgeworth, you must be completely dumbfounded right now, aren't you? Was that clearly written on my face? Let's talk to Miss Penny here.
I'm sorry about earlier. I was a little flustered.
Were you here all alone?
Yes, I arrived before everyone else today in order to get things prepared. When I entered the lot, I immediately noticed those giant hoof prints.
The monster's hoof prints, right? Weren't you surprised?
Yes, because they hadn't been there yesterday evening.
So that means the footprints were made last night.
Well, when I first saw them, I thought they were part of the set. But when I got closer to the studio, I saw that a person had collapsed.
You didn't notice until you got closer?
Lately, it seems my eyesight has gotten worse again, and my glasses aren't strong enough. As I approached the body, I finally realized what it was. I was so scared I ran away.
And that's when she ran into us. Okay. Said you were filming a movie? Could it be The Steel Samurai?
No, not this time. You're out of luck, buddy.
So it wasn't.
We're making a monster movie this time around. You ever heard of the Mighty Mozilla series?
I'm sorry, but no. Mr. Edgeworth isn't interested in anything other than The Steel Samurai after all. That's not...
I guess it's to be expected, as the promotion for the film hasn't really started yet. The Mighty Mozilla, its revival breaks its 12 years of silence. It's the long-awaited sequel to the original series, so the staff are all fired up. The film is set at Grand Tower, so we're filming on location around this area.
I'm gonna think of it yesterday. What's wrong, pal? Did something happen at the Grand Tower? Cut.
I actually didn't recognize her from that distance. Excuse me, we're sort of in the middle of shooting a movie, and
I saw them filming something then. It must have been this. I bet it ends with Mozilla completely destroying the Grand Tower.
I wonder. You'll have to look forward to finding out in the theaters. If you like, you can have this.
Let's see. Huh. The Battle of the Century. Now, it meets its greatest rival, Mighty Mozilla versus Gordy. Wait, Gordy?
This time it won't be a Mozilla. It won't be just be Mozilla. A rival monster appears as well. Have you heard of it? Gordy of Gord Lake?
Wait, wasn't that the talk of the town 2 or 3 years ago? It's a mysterious monster living in Gord Lake. By chance, someone took a photo of it. Oh, it wasn't by chance. And it wasn't just the talk of the town. It was literally a case that I was involved with. Gordy, huh? And there's a name I just don't want to remember.
When the director caught wind of that rumor, he decided to add it to the story.
I get the feeling he was a bit late to catch on.
Please look forward to the showdown between these two rival monsters.
Lotta was involved with the two. Larry's around here somewhere. I know, he probably is. Is there anything out of place with what I've investigated with so far? I should confirm what the security situation was like at the scene of the crime. Miss Nichols, was the entrance to this place always locked?
Yes, it's locked with this.
It's one of those times where you have to put in the correct numbers to open it, right? About this combination lock, was it also properly locked today?
Yes, when I arrived here today, it was locked tight.
Who knows the combination?
The producer, the director, the staff, and the actors. I think everyone involved with the movie knew about it.
So anyone involved with the movie could have opened the combination lock and gone in. Wait. If that's the case, hang on a second. Does this work? It does. The front entrance, which leads to the Tower Plaza, was locked with a combination lock. At the other end, the lock on the rear entrance, which leads to the Grand Tower, was broken. Now, where does this lead us? I know this one. The culprit entered from the rear entrance, right? Exactly. And knowing this, we now understand one more critical fact. The culprit must be someone who didn't know the numbers to the lock on the combination lock. Right! Well, if they knew the code, they'd have been able to get in way easier from the front entrance. Entering through the back door is common sense for a thief. It's much less conspicuous. We can't underestimate a culprit who thinks like a thief. Please keep your guard up, Mr. Edgeworth. She's sure become lively all of a sudden when this subject gets brought up. To put it simply, everyone involved with the movie knows the combination for the lock. In other words, it's quite likely that the culprit is someone not involved with the film. Ugh. I don't know why my body has just decided, we're going to be tired now. I don't know why we're going to be tired, but... You better watch out. That means prosecutor, Judge Courtney is coming for my face. My non-prosecutor face. There's something strange here. Oh, is it a deduce? What do I have in my... It's a deduce? What? This leads to the Grand Tower. But from where I'm standing, all I can see is just your everyday run-of-the-mill buildings. I see you two up there. I don't see anyone special around here either. Indeed. At least from where we're standing, that is. Now then, we have no time to waste. We should get back to investigating the film lot. I didn't realize that was an Easter egg. Suspicious peoples. There's like nothing else that I can see that needs to be investigated? They were suspects several times, in fact. Like, specifically Maya. Maya tends to get suspected of a lot of things. How is that the monster costume? Come on now. You have something we can present to her? Do you know something about this?
Huh? I'm sorry, I think I was just mistaken. Maybe the prescription of my glasses hasn't been quite right. I need to apologize for my shameful behavior.
That's not something you need to apologize for. Look at Edgeworth over here telling people, be shameless. So we're presenting something?
If I remember correctly, our in the Mozilla in our film also had split hooves.
Surely you're not suggesting that the president was trampled to death by a monster?
Oh no! Rather, speaking of it as a member of studio staff, I don't believe Mozilla would commit a murder. Giant monsters only bother the people in the movies. That's the cardinal rule for those involved in monster movies.
Indeed. It'd be problematic if it weren't this way. That mustard on his clothes? Is that popcorn salt? That's the pun in his name? There's a pun in his name? Oh. Didn't see that one. Okay. Like, I see nothing else to investigate here. I don't know what. It's got to be present something, but I can't imagine what you would need to present here. It could be a logic thing. I don't know how these would connect, but maybe? Nah. I don't think so. Could be this. Nope. I think that's everything. I think we tried to connect everything at this point. So I don't know what else it could be. I legit do not know what I need to hit here. I don't know, like, I feel like I'm missing a piece of evidence to present here to move this forward. It's gotta be something I just haven't done yet. I don't know what I could present to Penny here. What am I missing here? Is there like another area I can go to? I don't think so. Cause she like just says this and then we leave and we don't get to talk to her. This is the only sequence she has. And I can't get to... I swore I could talk. I couldn't reach him to talk to him. But all right.
Mr. Prosecutor, so we meet again. I thought I couldn't get to him. I thought I like went over around to the side of him and it wouldn't let me talk to him. Thought it was odd, but that's what I thought happened.
Indeed. Just a few days ago, we met at the detention center. Hey, just Lang, what brings you here?
Just some boring work, nothing you need to know about. You always pick up the worst time. You always pick the worst time to show up. Anyone ever tell you that the bad things happen when you're around? Just don't get in the way of my investigation, okay? I must avenge the death of our president.
You You arrived here before us. What were you doing in a place like this?
You suspect me?
Come now.
I heard a scream. It was the woman who found the body. After hearing the scream, I came in through that entrance over there. Apparently, it wasn't locked.
Why is there a lock on the ground over there? I should take a closer look.
When I got in, the woman who found the body was already running out the other exit over there.
We came in around the same time we did. Why were you at the Grand Tower?
Well, I had my reasons.
You also said something about along those lines when we met him at the detention center. Maybe he's really a fan of giant monsters and he came to sneak a peek at the Mozilla set.
Giant monsters? I've no interest in such things.
Clearly he doesn't think a murderer is a monster either. It's regrettable what happened to the president.
Yeah. Long was the pride of Zhang-Fa, and yet...
Seems like you were quite close to the president.
Previous president of the Lang clan, my father, served under President Huang. Protecting the life of the president has been our clan's greatest duty. My old man received a great number of special medals from the president himself. As a token of his trust, the president left his will in the protection of the Lang clan. Those medals in that will, they were the pride of our clan, our family treasures, so to speak. Who would have thought the day to unseal that will would arrive so soon?
Wait, so then I guess the president was like a close family friend. Huh. But during the incident at Gord Lake, why weren't you with the president, Mr. Lang?
Well, a lot has changed. It all happened over 12 years ago. That number again. Back then, he and my old man were close friends, and our clan protected the president's life. But then he suddenly changed. It's as if he became an entirely different person. Nowadays, he doesn't even have a shred of faith in the police force of Zhang-Fa.
12 years ago, huh? What went on back then?
Even so, I still respect the man. Zhang-Fa is a small country, but he carried the nation with his strength. Damn, so what were the bodyguards doing?
Have you already contacted the embassy?
Yeah, of course. I also informed Zhang-Fa and my clan as well. It's gotten pretty hectic there, what with the will and all. But it'll be the same here once the bodyguards show up. If you don't want to see me rip into them, I suggest you get out of here soon. Mr. Prosecutor, right now, I'm just a single Interpol agent, a literal lone wolf. They probably won't let me be in charge of the investigation, but you better believe my fangs are as sharp as ever. I'll definitely capture the culprit with my own hands. You better not get in my way. Okay, what am I missing? Huh. Oh. I was certainly hoping he doesn't have a red raincoat. That would make things very complicated for us. I don't know what I'm missing here. Is it literally just... It might have been. Did I not?
Did I not? What's this white thing? Do I have anything in my evidence that could tell me what this horn is? Oh. Okay. I thought that was a common knowledge point. I didn't think that was something we needed to present something for. Like, not even remotely close. Doesn't this horn belong to that monster Mozilla? You're right. It looks just like it. Maybe it's a prop from the film? Based on the size of the horn, the head should be quite large. I wonder how it ended up over here. I'm sure we'll find out if we ask someone on the staff. That's got to be it. That has to be it. All right. Cool. That's how we've confirmed that we know everything now. Let's talk to the only person on the staff that's here. What about this horn? You ever seen it before?
Huh? That's Mozilla's horn. It's a model we made to use in our ad campaign. Where was it?
It was on the ground by the back entrance.
Well, that's kind of strange. Mozilla's head should have been stored on the studio roof.
I suppose the head would have to be rather large, wouldn't it?
Yes, it's not as big as the real thing, of course, but it's still quite large. Look, you can see it from here. Oh. See, it's right there.
It certainly is large. There sure are a lot of interesting things around here.
It's the equipment we use for filming. The Mozilla costume and the camera crane. They really are treasures. I'm getting kind of excited.
They really are treasures. I'm getting kind of excited. It's possible that some of this equipment was used in the crime. Let's take a close look. Okay, let's logic out some shit. All right, so we have... the dented fence and the broken horn. The dent in this fence and the broken horn, neither of these things were there yesterday evening, based on the fact that these two things have changed. Ah! Could Mozilla's head have... Indeed, the head that was on the rooftop may have tumbled to the ground. This is a new possibility, which would mean that... we do the logic chain. We may have found the missing murder weapon. Really? At the moment, I can only say that it's just a possibility. If the giant monster had fallen off from the studio roof... Ah! That definitely could be a murder weapon! Miss Nichols, maybe we investigate the studio roof.
The roof? Okay, I understand. Go on ahead. But the stairs can be a bit slippery, so please watch your step.
Mr. Prosecutor, I'm gonna take my leave here for a bit. There's something I have to check.
Agent Lang? I wonder if he's caught on to something. Huh? Who the fuck? Oh. I know who this is. Well, it's one of two people. I don't know what I'm doing for the... Probably use this. Move it.
What'd you say to me? Guess you're just a brat with no manners.
And you're an annoying man. Quit your yapping already. I'm terribly sorry. Come on, John.
Shit.
What were you doing?
Who was that?
Who was that? Somebody for the police. Why'd you suddenly make a fight with him?
Hey. Well, that sure was a tense standoff. He didn't budge an inch even before Agent Lang.
Allow me to introduce you. This is John Marsh. He's the lead actor in our movie.
The lead actor in the movie is a child? Hi, I'm Kay Faraday. Nice to meet you.
This is Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. Prosecutor? He's a pretty famous prosecutor, you know.
But he's not wearing a prosecutor's badge. How frightfully perceptive of this child.
John, it's probably better if you didn't go over there.
Certainly not a sight a child should see. However, he is someone involved with the case. I need to speak with him later. May we see the roof?
Yes, of course. Go right on ahead.
So this is Moozilla? Huh. Some of this doesn't feel quite right. See, this looks way cooler. He doesn't have the nose ring either.
I see. You two aren't familiar with Moozilla. This is Moozilla's original design from 12 years ago.
Wait, what? Then what is this?
It's our take on it for the new movie. We revamped the design to appeal to modern audiences.
Revamped? But it looks totally different. And no matter how you look at this one, it's a cow.
Well, of course. After all, Moozilla was originally a cow monster.
A cow monster?
Having a cow, an animal that humans are very familiar with, turned into a monster. And it's just to question mankind's relationship with nature. That's the theme of Moozilla.
I just don't get it. Nor do I. I don't know. There's like so many moving parts at this point of the story that I'm wondering what in the hell is happening. Okay. What is this? There's a heater here. Do you think that staff uses it to keep themselves warm? Possible. Although it may be spring, it can still get rather chilly at night. Mr. Edgeworth, people are going to think you're an old geezer if you say stuff like that. Even in the best of times, you tend to see things like an old man. Can't you at least try to be more cheerful and lively when you talk? Do I really seem that unlively? There's a can of paint thinner here. My brain is tricking me into thinking things. I swear I glanced over and saw the cat on the bed. But I know both cats are out of the room. Not to mention the fact the cats are not real stealthy when they jump on my bed. It's kind of like the Blue Badger, except it's been a lot less creepy, I guess. I just need to turn the cat cam on. I have a second webcam. If my cat, like, I've thought about this. Now that I'm like thinking about leaving, I'm probably gonna leave the door to my closet open. I'm thinking about like maybe talking to my roommate and being like, hey, how much was one of those cat houses? Because now that I've opened the door to the room, I kind of want, I want to give them a spot in there to go kind of hide if they want, and see if he has a recommendation for one. Because if there's one that's kind of like cheap, or I guess inexpensive is the way I should phrase it, because I don't want a cheap one. I want one that's like that they'll like, that I can just throw in there, and if they want to go in there and hide or relax or something like that, because it's pretty nice. It's pretty like usually a degree or two cooler in there compared to like everywhere else. But I've been thinking about getting one of those and just throwing it in there, so it's like, oh hey, the door's open. If they want to go in there and sleep or something like that, they can. Or hell, maybe he's got one that he's like, well, they're not using it in there. Maybe if we move it somewhere else, they'll use it again. Maybe. I'll talk to him about that. I'll talk to my roommate tomorrow about that when he gets when I get up in the morning, because he'll be back from his Friday morning appointment by the time I wake up. Excuse me. Sorry for that mute button. I'm glad that they added a thing in my mixer software to make it toggleable, because I used to have to hold the button down, or I'd have to hit the button over here for the slider. But now that the mute button is just a toggle, you just go for there. There's a can of paint thinner here, probably used for making props. Mr. Edgeworth, doesn't the area around here look kind of burnt? It does. The spread out blue sheet, newspaper, and the side of this can all look burnt. I wonder if this is Mozilla's head. If this Mozilla head can also shoot out flames. Well, the old Mozilla design doesn't really look like it could breathe fire anyways. That's not our main concern, but I'm certainly curious about it. I don't think that's what that button does. Hey. Some sort of wooden stand has fallen over here. The area around it seems to be burnt black. Yeah. These sliders. It's not what you think, necessarily. What is it? I'm just going to sanity check to make sure that there's nothing that shouldn't be visible before I do this. I don't think so. So for anybody who hasn't seen this, I have a Go XLR here, and we have these little sliders right here, which are like one of the features that I like the best. You can even see this is the audio for the game. This is the audio for the track that has all the music playing on it. It's like a little manual slider. I wish I had a button that gave me delicious mini hamburgers whenever I wanted. That would be broken, and I would love every minute of it. I'd also probably regain all of the weight that I lost in during the pandemic. So it would be a dangerous button, but a delicious button.
I'm hungry. Mozilla's head should have been on that stand.
Wait, but the legs have broken off. Doesn't it look like it doesn't look like it can be used anymore? Broken legs seem badly burnt. I think it's safe to assume a small fire occurred here. A small fire, huh? Is that what burnt and broke the legs of the stand? When the legs broke, the stand would have tilted. If Moozilla's head were on top of that stand, it would have fallen off. So the head fell down because of the fire? Yes, and if that's the case, I have a pretty good idea what caused the fire. There's a flammable can next to the heater. Seems someone is lacking in safety awareness.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll make sure this doesn't happen again. But I don't think anyone used the heater yesterday.
I see. Well, in that case, what did cause the fire then?
We made this replica of the original Moozilla's head for promotional purposes. We used it to let people know that the film is a sequel to the original series.
I guess that would be hard for people to tell that they're the same monster. As we suspected, one of the horns appears to be broken. So did this head really crush the president? Possible. However, there's something I don't quite understand. Wait, what's that? Miss Nichols, this head looks rather heavy. How do you transport it?
It's made so that it can be taken apart. It's not that hard if you know how to do it. But if you don't know how, it'd be pretty much impossible, I think.
Which means that it'd be difficult for anyone not involved with the film. When taken apart, would it be possible for one person to carry it alone?
Oh, definitely. Given at a time, even I could do it.
Oh, okay. However, this face is... Mr. Edgeworth, I feel like I've seen this cow somewhere before. Indeed, I was thinking the exact same thing. It was on board the president's plane. And in the storm of the black market auction. The president's stuffed toy. So that was a doll in the original Moozilla. Could this really be just a coincidence? It's back! It's back! What else could be on here? I could probably carry a light stand of this size on my shoulder. Kate, don't tell me you're planning to steal this. Of course not, but if I carry this around with me, I can shine a spotlight on you whenever you shout objection. Man, that sounds so cool. So when should we start doing that? Never. Please, no. Do we have logic points to hit? No. All right. Is this everything? I already checked the area. Cool. Cool. Bam, bam, bam. Oh, this kid's still here. John, was it? Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Hey, old man, are you really a prosecutor?
Yes. Old man?
And first, show me your prosecutor's badge.
I don't have my badge with me right now.
Then you can't prove you're a prosecutor, old man. This kid's kind of tough nut to crack, isn't he? Want me to give it a try?
Yes, I'm counting on you, Kay. I'm not good with kids.
So, John, you're an actor? Yeah, what about it?
You're amazing. That's so cool.
Not really.
Good grief. At least this seems to have worked. How about those horns?
What about them? John's horns are specifically made prosthetics. John plays a young boy who has a special connection with Moozilla. You can communicate with Moozilla using those horns, right, John? Shut up. Stop blabbering about the stupid stuff. Oh, Sorry.
I think I'm beginning to see this kind of relationship, the kind of relationship these two have.
But it must be amazing to star in a movie. And you're only in elementary school. Despite how he looks, John is 13 years old, and he's already in middle school. Wait, what? But he's so small, and he's wearing a kitty backpack. The backpack's part of his costume. He's an actor after all. I see, but still, he's really tiny. It's probably better if you didn't talk about his height in front of him. I thought I told you to stop blabbering about the stupid stuff. Sorry.
Seems the only thing that is not a prop is that milk carton.
That guy over there, he's the president, right? Yep. Do you know him? Yeah, I've met him before.
This boy has met with the president of Zhangfa? He's drinking milk because he's not growing. It was a little unfortunate for that. I wonder if he got stunted by having to, I don't know. I was originally going to be thinking about sweets, but it's like, it's not necessarily a problem. God damn it. Can't do anything about it now. They're up in the corner above my bed, or above my desk. There are two, what are those, daddy long legs spiders up there? About roughly the same size. They're just kind of sitting up in the corner of my room. They're like up in that corner. Honestly, as long as they're chilling on that side, it's okay. If they move even if they move past the halfway point of my room onto the side of my room that my bed is on, no sympathy. They will be destroyed. As long as they're over there, they're fine. They're cool. They help keep bugs out of my room. But if they go onto the wrong side, if they step over their boundaries, then there's a problem.
That guy makes me sick. That's not a very nice thing to say. Why do you hate the president so much? Huh. Now he's giving me the silent treatment. The truth is, the president was involved in the film.
The president was involved with the film? Really? What do you, how? How was he involved?
He was supposed to have a brief cameo in the movie. He came by to look around at the set some time ago, but that was when he met with John.
Why would the president be appearing in this film?
We heard he was a fan of the original Mozilla series. And so we made him an offer. We thought it would make great publicity, you see. He comes on the movie set like he's on some sightseeing tour. It's so annoying. John, you really shouldn't say stuff like that. It's not nice. Shut it.
He couldn't tolerate having an amateur appear in his film.
All right, here. What's this? Oh, was this from yesterday?
A photo?
Yeah, since it was developed, I brought it along with me. You can have it. I think it turned out quite nicely. So you brought it all the way here for me? Thank you so much. Not really. I just happen to have it with me.
Excuse me, but may I take a quick look at it?
Oh, sure. Here you go. Is that the president inside of the costume? Is that what I'm thinking is happening here?
So this was taken yesterday. Neither the hoof prints nor the body are in it. He's like the kid from Home Alone? Yeah. Okay, you know we got to do it to him.
What's that supposed to be? Giving it to me isn't gonna land you a role in the film.
I wasn't showing it to you so I could be in the movie.
So then what do we have? What do we do? What do we have to do to appear in the movie?
Okay. Let's leave it at that, shall we? You have something new?
Oh, it's the photo from that John brought.
Who took the photo?
It carries a self-timer. We think it was just the three of us.
So about the third person. She was in that Mozilla costume in the background.
That's rather than me telling you. It'd be better if you found out for yourself. I think they'll be outside the studio lot, so if you get a chance later, please go there.
Later, huh? Understood. We'll do that. I'm very suspicious. I don't know what I'm missing. Oh, maybe this is the last thing. I wonder what this iron pole is for. Maybe it's used for practice tree climbing? No, this is a film crane. It's used to capture footage from high locations. Right now, it's not attached, but normally there would be a camera connected to the end.
Oh, I get it.
You think it's old bag? Because I'm thinking it's old bag.
This would be a perfect place for scoping out this would be perfect for scoping out the places you're trying to steal from. Do you think they would let me borrow this?
And how exactly, may I ask, do you intend to bring it home with you?
Mr. Edgeworth, you can take the base and I take the top part.
Does she actually expect me to help her?
If we take it nice and slow, we might be able to make it to your house, Mr. Edgeworth.
Not only do you want me to help you carry it, but you plan to leave it at my house? Okay, there we go. Investigation complete. And with that, this portion of the investigation seems to be finished.
So the murder weapon really is?
Yeah, as it stands now, the possibility that it was the monster head is quite high.
So he ended up being squashed from the falling head, huh?
Uh-oh.
Although they're extremely late to the party, the bodyguards and the police have finally arrived.
Mr. President, no!
They really were far too late.
Damn it, who did this?
They'll pay for this. I swear I'll make her pay. But you know, this much is enough to put me at ease. The person who did this to Hong, I already got my eye on the suspect.
Wait, what do you mean?
Even though Hong was the victim, he doesn't have extraterritorial rights here. The country's police have the right to investigate. However, I've already spoken with them. As an agent of Interpol, they're letting me assist in the investigation.
So they've already established a plan for this investigation.
I've already found my prey, now it's time for the hunt. Take a look at this. It's a printout from a security camera on the Grand Tower rooftop.
Oh. This
camera records people as they get off the rooftop elevator. That's Courtney, alright. And guess who was recorded? The president and his killer can clearly be seen.
Wait, why is Miss Courtney there?
you saying Judge Courtney is the murderer?
Prosecutor Edgeworth, I shall leave this offering to the goddess of law to you. Deliver her divine judgment against Blaise de Bastille.
she really? The one who hates crimes more than anyone else have done this? Agent Lang, I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Just now I heard a rumor at the Grand Tower, Miles Edgeworth, that you are no longer a prosecutor. Naturally, that means you don't even have a shred of investigative authority. So what would be the point of having a logical battle with someone like you?
Why would you say something like that? Didn't you also just get reduced to being a lone agent? Oh, she's already firing back.
Hey, answer me this. Even though you've lost your position as a prosecutor, why are you still sticking your neck into this case?
Why do I continue to investigate still? Agent Lang, why are you pursuing the criminal who murdered the president? Because you're an Interpol agent? Right now, I'm also chasing after a certain person. Someone in the shadows who was behind the murder at the Grand Tower yesterday. Someone who placed Kay in grave danger. Even now, they are lurking somewhere laughing at us. We will uncover the truth and bring them to justice. The title such as prosecutor has nothing to do with it. As long as the truth remains hidden, I will continue to seek out that truth. For that is part of my creed.
You're always trying to be so clever, but you really are kind of an idiot. You know that?
Me? An idiot? How rude.
That's the answer I wanted to hear. Alright, I'll play along with you for a bit. I've lost all my men, and you've lost your title. And yet, we still continue to investigate. Let's begin this battle of logic between two kindred spirits. You have my thanks. However, I won't go easy on you. I'll definitely catch the criminal who murdered Huang. And I won't let you get in my way.
Yes, I wouldn't have it any other way.
Let me show you the truth that this wolf has sunk his fangs into.
Next time. I hate to leave it off here, but like, I'm ending it a little early. I started a little bit late, so I would have liked to have run longer, but my throat is actually starting to fucking be irritated. So I don't know what the fuck's going on. I do like the fact that all of these cases are they are all self-contained, but they're all still very connected. Like, it's not been like, yes, case 1 happened in a silo and we are never touching it again. Or case 2 happened in a silo and we're never touching it again. Bits and pieces from every case we've run into has been involved in every case. So they keep building on a lot of good stuff, and I'm enjoying it. But it'll probably be next time. And next time will probably actually be Sunday. So, let's see here. I don't think we're playing on Saturday, but I might need that day to do stuff. Do some prep. They're like the first trilogy was. Unlike Apollo Justice in the later games, they have a coherent story all the way through, and it's a great touch. They do. Apollo Justice had it for a few cases, but not all of them, and that's the problem. The same thing happened with Dual Destinies, where you got little bits and snippets, but there was always that one case that was in there that's like, what? This doesn't have anything to do with it. Or, in the case of a lot of the DS games, they would take cases out and make them DLC cases when they were like integral cases to what was going on. Shit happened in Dual Destinies with the fucking aquarium case. The aquarium case was important because it brought certain characters back in, and it was their introduction point back into the show, into like the main point of the story. So it was good. It's just, it needs more. So Dual Destinies had DLC. Yes, if I'm remembering right. There is an entire case in Dual Destinies. Yes, absolutely. There is an entire full ass case in Dual Destinies that is specifically about the first case Phoenix Wright gets onto after getting his attorney's badge back. The ending bad guy in Dual Destinies was kind of good. We got one of the better prosecutors out of Dual Destinies. I will tell you, I will defend that moment. That's like one of the best things we got out of Dual Destinies was the prosecutor. Let's see. Do we have... There was also if you didn't know, there was also a DLC case of in Spirit of Justice too. So, the Spirit of the Dual Destinies case takes place canonically between. So you have case 1, Turnabout Countdown. You have the monstrous Turnabout. Then you have the DLC. So it goes case 1, case 2, DLC case, case 3, case 4, case 5, or part 5, however you want to phrase it. So that's how it goes in Dual Destinies. In Spirit of Justice, the DLC case takes place after the events of the game. So it's a case that it's a little bit better with the way they handle their timeline, because you don't have to be like, all right, I see where this fits in the timeline for everything, and I know, and I can see how things were talked about here that get told, that things happen here that they sort of kind of reference off to the side. Ugh. So they're there. I don't know if you can still buy them or not. Ah, yes, the free DLC from the first games. That's actually in my... Okay. We're just going to move forward. Huh. But yeah, no, they're both good cases. They're not necessarily for like the main part of the story necessarily, but like They're still good. It's a great video. Not to mention, it's probably the first time I got introduced to Mystery Skulls as an artist. Can you still buy them? Okay. When is this supposed to happen? It doesn't look like the 3DS shops are shutting down in America. So it looks like you can still buy them now? Because it looks like the 42 countries they're talking about are all like Latin America and Caribbean countries. So if you wanted to and you have the games, you could still go buy the DLC cases if you really wanted them. I think I have my... I think I have it. Yeah. Oh, all right. We had a good case. That ending, I called it right, but that was a very satisfying ending to case 4. And I legit thought that was going to be the throwaway case of the series. Turns out I was wrong. I was wrong. All right. So, like I said, I think my next stream is gonna be Sunday, because Friday night I need that, since I streamed yesterday. I need Friday night to take care of some stuff around my apartment. Saturday night, I don't know if my friends and I are gonna play Monster Hunter or not. We might. One of my friends said he's not available. So we're gonna figure that out, but I don't know. I might use Saturday night to also get some extra stuff prepped for my Pathfinder game, because my players are almost at the end. They've gotten through almost everything involved with the dungeon they're in, which had a great moment in the dungeon when I revealed one of the monsters and 2 people in my party went, "I know what that is," out of game, and I just went, "Oh, I bet you do." And then that monster turned one of my party members insane. Specifically the person who did like 90 damage in a turn to him, because he's an absolute insane monster. Every monster has 2 horns. You're working on it. I don't know what we're doing. Like, my friend said he might not, like, my roommate said he might not be available on Saturday, but he's not sure. He's gonna have to, like, check, I guess is the way I would describe it. So we'll see. If he's available, we'll probably stream it. If he's not available, then whatever. And then Sunday afternoon, I'm gonna do my market circuit, where I go around to like 2 farmers markets, a bunch of Asian grocery stores, my local grocery store, get a bunch of stuff. And just pack everything up so I can get so I can restock on certain things that I don't have in my apartment right now that I'm very annoyed that I don't have, because it means I can't cook certain meals. So we'll deal with that on Sunday. And then I think Sunday evening, unless things change, I should have time to stream. I don't have anything else major going on, especially if I take Friday and Saturday to, like, if I take Friday to do my Pathfinder prep and get like the next section of the book prepped and at least run through it at least once in my head of how things are going to go. And then we'll go from there. So I think the plan right now is another Ace Attorney stream on Sunday, and then we'll, if not, we'll continue on Monday. All right? All right. I want to thank y'all for being here. You guys have all been awesome. If you're new here, hit the follow button by my name. Come back, hang out, say hi. I stream normally Monday, Tuesday, Thursdays during the week, and then I just try to throw in extra streams whenever I can. Saturdays is usually multiplayer shenanigans with me and my roommates. Recently that has been Monster Hunter, so we're doing that. And then just wherever else I can fit streams in, because I don't have a consistent schedule otherwise. So I think that's everything I need to go over. I don't think there's anything else. All right, I'm gonna head out for the night. I'm gonna get ready to go to bed. I'm gonna go brush teeth, do all that stuff, relax. Before I do, I need one kindness from each and every one of you. Wish you have a good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, good day, whatever happens to be wherever you are at. And I will see y'all hopefully this Sunday for some more Ace Attorney investigations too. And we'll find out what agent Lang has on Judge Courtney and see what we can do about that. All right? All right. Later.